to discuss and deliberate on the most pressing issues and opportunities in the MSME sector, which plays a pivotal role in the economic growth and development of our nation. The collective expertise in this room is truly inspiring, and I'm confident that today's discussions will pave the way for significant advancements in the sector. MEDC was established in 1957 by Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadgil, eminent economist and former Deputy Chairman of Planning Commission, Government of India. It is an autonomous think tank and research-based organization that serves as a development catalyst and investment facilitator for Maharashtra state. It works proactively with the state government, business and industry, educationists, professionals, bankers, economists, and other leading stakeholders in vital issues pertaining to the socio-economic development of Maharashtra. For the last 13 years, MEDC has been organizing this conference. The MSME conference is a flagship event, and it is hosted in Mumbai for the MSMEs of Maharashtra. The objective of this conference is to help policymakers in their objective to promote micro, small, and medium enterprises and to enable participants from the industry and agriculture in growing their clusters for the future collective growth. So ladies and gentlemen, now that we are about to begin, I request you all to kindly take your seats. And to mark the commencement of this esteemed event, we will begin with the traditional lighting of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and prosperity. For lighting of the lamp, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage. I would like to invite Shri Atul Shirodkar on stage. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Atul Shirodkar. Next, I would like to invite Shri Anand Ganu. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Anand Ganu. Yes, he's on his way. So now I would like to invite Shri Ravindra Boratkar on stage. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Ravindra Boratkar. I would like to invite Shri Lalit Gandhi on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. Shri Vijay Galantari on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony, please. Next, I would like to invite Consul General of Switzerland, His Excellency Martin Mueller on stage. Consul General of Chile, His Excellency Gustavo Gonzalez on stage, please. Shri Rajinder Singh Bhatia on stage, please. Dr. Rajneesh Kamlakar Kamath for the lamp lighting ceremony on stage, please. His Excellency Muhammad Rashid on stage. Okay, he's also on his way. Dr. Apurva Palkar. We can now start with the lamp lighting ceremony.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
The lamp lighting ceremony signifies the removal of darkness and the spreading of light, wisdom and knowledge.
Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham karoti kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada. Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham karoti kalyanam Arogyam dhana sampada. Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute.
As we light this lamp, we hope that today's discussions will illuminate new paths and spark innovations that will propel the MSME sector to new heights. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for gracing the stage and lighting the lamp. I would request you all to please take your seats on the dais. I would request Consul General of Switzerland, His Excellency Martin Müller, to please come on the stage. I would also request Consul General of Chile, His Excellency Gustavo Gonzalez, to please come on the stage. So we'll now begin with our felicitation ceremony. To start with, I would like to request Shri Atul Shirodkar to facilitate today's guest of honor, Shri Anand Ganu, founder and president, Garje Marathi Global. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Shri Anand Ganu is on his way, so I would request Shri Atul Shirodkar to facilitate His Excellency Muhammad Rashid. Okay, moving on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheetal Panchal. I am Director General Maharashtra Economic. Call upon Shri Vijay Kalantri sir, President All India Industry Association of All Industries. Please come on the dais, sir. So I would like to welcome you all the dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates in this auditorium. I would like to thank you all for coming here in conference and in the morning after this huge traffic today. So I'm really honored that all the delegates are here and all other VIPs. Thank you so much for attending this conference. Also would like to thank all MEDC vice presidents, committee members and regional directors and past president Shri Nanda Kishore Kagliwal sir. Thank you very much and welcome to MEDC-MSME Conference 2024. Let's begin with our felicitation. I would like to call upon Shri Atul Shirodkar to felicitate today our keynote speaker, Shri Kamath sir. I would like to call, so we have Dr. Apurva Palkar, Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra State Skill University. So Shri Rajneesh Kamath sir, thank you for Dr. Homi Bhabha State University and Sydenham College. They are our knowledge partner and venue partner for extending this wonderful venue and all the arrangements. Thank you, Dr. Kamath. I would like to, Atul sir, I would like to, Atul sir, to felicitate our second keynote speaker, Dr. Apurva Palkar. MEDC has signed MOU with Maharashtra State Skill University. Please give a big round of applause. So just now our guest of honor, Shri Anand Ganu, he is a founder president Garje Marathi Global. He arrived, sir, please come on the dais. Yes, sir. President sir, Shri Atul Shirodkar sir, please felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Anand Ganu. Please give a big round of applause. I would like to request our immediate past president, Shri Ravindra Boratkar, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, President SIDM and Chairman Kalyani Group. Shri Ravindra Boratkar, I would like to request you to felicitate our honored guest today, Shri Lalit Gandhi sir. Would like to request Ravindra Boratkar sir to felicitate honored guest Shri Vijay Kalantri sir. would like to request our Vice President, MEDC Vice President, Shri Sachin Itkar, to felicitate Council General of Switzerland, His Excellency Martin Müller. Meyer, sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Sir, would like to felicitate our second honored guest, Consul General of Chile, His Excellency Gustavo Gonzal. Thank you on the dais and off the dais. I would like to hand over the floor to Anchor.
Hello everyone. Now that we are done with the felicitation ceremony, we'll start with the inaugural session. To start with, I would now like to invite Shri Atul Shirodkar, President of the Maharashtra Economic Development Council, to deliver the welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, all the honored dignitary dais and friends, I welcome Shri Lalit Gandhi, the President of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, Shri Vijay Kalantri, President All India Association of Industries and Chairman World Trade Center Mumbai, Dr. Apurva Palkar, Founding Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra State Skills University, Shri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, President, Society of Indian Defence Manufacturer, and Chairman, Kalyani Strategic System Limited, Dr. Rajneesh Kamath, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai, Dr. Anand Ganu, Founder, President, Garje Marathi Global, who has come all the way from USA, Honorable Shri Ravindra Borodkar, the immediate past President, and ladies and gentlemen, MEDC is the only organization in India who's working for past 67 years with the state government without being a government organization. I think that's the pride every MEDCian carries on his shoulder. The MSME sector subject was chosen by MEDC to boost the entire sector as far as the funding, the planning, the execution of the MSME is concerned. We are happy to have number of legends in the sectors as a speaker. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has declared that we will achieve the 5 trillion economy in coming 3 years. And to achieve the challenge of per capita income from $2,612 to $10,225 in coming 25 years, he has boosted the MSME sector by allocating $26 billion funding for the sector. Maharashtra state is also at par with the central government. Recently, they have announced The project of the investment worth $96 billion in the state and in the region of Vidarbha, Konkan and Marathwada, which will create the employment of about 20,000 in the sector. We as an MEDC act as a catalyst which does not change the reaction but definitely speed up the pace of the reaction. I have seen for past couple of years as a chairman that every member of MEDC is acting. By the way, we don't have any salary structure for any member for this organization. Still, this institute is working for past 67 years. That itself is a proud moment for all of us. And this organization has now organized the MSME conference. I wish every one of you to please participate. MEDC has specially come up with the scheme for a small MSME entrepreneur who's having a good financial track record and will help them to raise the public issue for that particular company. We have set up the organizations. We have already invited a couple of companies for arranging the public issues for their own companies. I would request all of you to take the benefit of this scheme and get your company listed through the MEDC. I specially thank Mr. Ravi Boratkar, immediate past president, and Kagliwal sir for supporting this entire event wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atul Shirodkar, for setting the tone for today's conference with your insightful remarks. We also have Srinivas Dhure, Principal, Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics with us. So I would like to request Shri Nandkishore Kagliwal, MEDC past president, to please felicitate Shri Srinivas Dhure. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Moving on with the inaugural ceremony, I would like to introduce Mr. Vijay Kalantari, our honored guest for today, an eminent and versatile business leader. He is a first-generation entrepreneur who has made remarkable contribution to industry and trade promotion, infrastructure development of micro, small, medium enterprises, financial services, and globalization of Indian business. Mr. Kalantari is presently the president of All Indian Association of Industries, chairman of MVIRDC, World Trade Center, Mumbai, a member of Board of Directors of World Trade Centers Association, New York. He also serves as a member of several committees of the Reserve Bank of India, such as the Standing Committee for Small-Scale Industries. His insights will be pivotal and will add remarkable value to our conference today. I would request Mr. Vijay Kalantari to please come on the podium to say a few words. Please give a big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning. President Mr. Shirodkar, Consul General of Chile and Switzerland, my friend Lalit Gandhi, Madam Apurva, then my other colleagues, Mr. Boratkar, the past president, Mr. Kagliwal, and friends. Small scale is a very vast subject, and we always have been speaking, myself, Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Sirodkar, we all are regularly speaking on this subject and everybody knows. But something what we talk about that for many years we have been talking, timely and adequate finance for the small scale, good infrastructure, real, whatever government announces policy should not be only on the lip sympathy, it should be implemented timely. Like our 2% subvention of interest, which has been pending for 2 years. So it has been announced. We feel that we'll get this benefit, but we have not got it. So there are similar various areas where we need to work. We are one of the part of the vibrant economy. We are the backbone of the economy. And every country supports MSME sector, whether it is in Switzerland, whether it is in Chile, whether it is in USA. Every country sees that they support MSME, small-scale industries, small businesses, because they feel that that's the only way you can create employment. We generate 40% employment in SME sector. We are part of the 40% of the GDP. We are part of the 60% of exports. So all these various criteria everybody knows. We are about more than 6 crore factories across the globe, across India. But one alarming thing is that in Maharashtra, we have 50% industries which are sick. And how MEDC, All India Association of Industries, Maharashtra Chamber, we can get together and come out with a plan to revive these industries. Because we are talking about skill development, we are talking about capacity building. So this is where we can play an important role. And we should persuade government to activate MSFC and SICOM, institutions which are working towards small and medium enterprises. And because of that, the growth of Maharashtra happened. And I think here is an opportunity for us to work together and see that we make it possible with the government that they are able to do it, and they do it. They just don't come and give speeches and go away. Like we also have come and we speak and we go away. Let's have a task force of over 4 or 5 people, 4 or 5 organizations, not individuals, and start on this. Like we did on octroi, like we did on various other issues. Let's have a combined effort and let's work on it and deliver it. So with these few words, I thank you for giving me an opportunity and thank you for hearing to me, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Sri Vijay Kalantari, sir, for your valuable words. I would now like to invite Sri Lalit Gandhi, President, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, to please say a few words. Please give a big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning. Today, on the occasion of MEDC's flagship event, MSME Conference, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, President of the MEDC, Honorable Sri Anil Shirodkarji, His Excellency Consulate General of Switzerland, His Excellency Consulate Honorable Rajendra Singh Bhatia ji, Dr. Apurva Palkar, VC, Maharashtra State Skill University, Anand Ganuji, Founder President, Garje Marathi, IPP Ravindra Boratkarji, AIAI and World Trade Center President, my friend Vijay Kalantari ji. Many dignitaries sitting in the auditorium, Principal of this college, Radha Madam of BAC, past President, Honorable Kagliwal ji, Ashish Garde ji, Sachin Itkare ji, and many other. MSME is the most focused sector of government since last 10 years. MSME is the biggest sector given highest employment in the India. Today we considering various aspects of strengthening MSME here. My friend Vijay Kalantari endorses on the SIC unit and strengthening and empowering the SIC units in Maharashtra as well as in India. Recently, government has formulated inter-ministerial committee also to strengthen MSMEs and to give the collateral-free finance easily available for MSME. मला वाटतं थोडं मराठीतही बोलायला हरकत नाही आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं. भारतातले आघाडीचे अर्थशास्त्रज्ञ डॉक्टर धनंजयराव गाडगीळ यांनी MEDCची 1957 साली स्थापना केली. मला त्याचे 1 वर्ष मागं जायचं आहे. महाराष्ट्र चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स being apex chamber of the state organized first state level industrial conference after independence, and Honorable Dhananjay Gadgil was presiding that conference. That conference decided to form MEDC to give the various inputs to government for making of policies, implementing of various economical policies. आणि MEDC त्यावेळेपासून हे काम अतिशय यशस्वीपणे पार पाडते. वेगवेगळ्या विषयावरचे MEDCचे रिपोर्ट सरकारच्या पॉलिसी मेकिंगमध्ये इम्प्लिमेंट केले गेलेले आहेत. आणि आज या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून जे अनेक मान्यवर वक्ते या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत ते MSME सेक्टरला स्ट्रेंथन करण्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या उपाययोजना या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून सुचवतील. ते नक्कीच राज्य सरकार असेल किंवा केंद्र सरकार असेल किंवा सर्व संबंधित विभाग असतील ते नक्की त्यावर योग्य असा निर्णय घेतील आणि MSME सेक्टरला अजून चांगल्या पद्धतीने विकसित कसं करता येईल यावर निर्णय घेतला जाईल. येणारे 25 वर्ष जागतिक स्तरावर भारताची आहेत आणि भारताला अनेक क्षेत्रामध्ये प्रचंड अमर्याद अशा संधी आहेत. विशेषतः इलेक्ट्रिक व्हेकल या क्षेत्रामध्ये व्हेकल मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंगपासून त्याच्या ॲक्सेसरीज मग बॅटरी असतील किंवा बाकीच्या गोष्टी असतील या EV सेक्टरपासून हायड्रोजन फ्युअलपर्यंत अनेक वेगवेगळ्या अपॉर्च्युनिटीज आपल्यासाठी उपलब्ध आहेत आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये त्यासाठी लागणारं कुशल मनुष्यबळ आणि अन्य सगळ्या गोष्टी उपलब्ध आहेत. आणि ज्या काही कमी असतील त्यासाठी भारत सरकारने या वर्षीच्या अर्थसंकल्पामध्ये गेल्या 75 वर्षातले हायेस्ट प्रोव्हिजन ऑन स्किल डेव्हलपमेंट केलेली आहे. आणि आज पालकर मॅडम या ठिकाणी आहेत ज्या स्किल युनिव्हर्सिटीचे काम पाहत आहेत महाराष्ट्रामध्ये. आणि या माध्यमातून राज्यातल्या आणि देशातल्या स्किल मॅनपॉवरची गरज किंवा स्किल गॅप पूर्ण करण्याचं काम या वेगवेगळ्या संस्थांच्या माध्यमातून सुरू झालेलं आहे आणि त्याचा परिणाम किंवा त्याचा फायदा येणाऱ्या 2-5 वर्षामध्ये आपल्याला झालेला नक्की बघायला मिळेल. या सर्व गोष्टींचा एकत्रित परिणाम होऊन राज्यातल्या उद्योगाला जे आज देशामध्ये क्रमांक 1 वर असलेलं राज्य आहे त्या क्रमांक 1 असाच आपला अबाधित राहील अशी अपेक्षा या निमित्ताने व्यक्त करतो. आम्हाला या ठिकाणी आमंत्रित करून सन्मानित केलं याबद्दल MEDCच्या सर्व पदाधिकाऱ्यांना धन्यवाद देतो आणि थांबतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you so much, Sri Lalit Gandhi sir, for your insightful and inspiring words. We are deeply grateful. I would now like to invite Dr. Apurva Palkar, Founding Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra State Skills University, on the podium. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Apurva Palkar.
Good morning, everyone. Indeed, a great privilege, honor to be here today as one of the speakers with MEDC, and I share a very, very long, cordial relationship with MEDC, which goes back to 2004, where I had my first MOU with MEDC and started my work with MEDC. Honored to have such a august gathering of people who are on the dais and those who are off the dais. Good morning to everyone. I see that those sitting on the dais, I have had my relationships with them in the form of some or the other MOUs at some point in time, including my friend Anand Ganu, whom I'm seeing for the first time in my life, actually face to face. And I call him my friend because I know him very closely, he knows me very closely, but we've only worked online with each other for now for a couple of years that we've been doing, and he's helped India in a very, very big way. And today I think it's a very important topic on which we are going to be speaking, which is on MSME. Of course, it will be unfair if I don't speak of others on the dais. Ravi is there, who is also a friend. So all of them are friends, except the Council Generals, whom I treat with all respect today. I'm meeting you for the first time. Kalantri ji again, with whom we have an MOU as a university. So I'm the founding Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra State Skills University, which is a newly established university. And the topic is very close to the heart of a skills university, because there is a major talk which goes around the industries, and also an important aspect that is being spoken of is on the employment. And when we look at the sector, which is the MSME sector, we see that MSME sector is contributing greatly to the employment. And today 110 million jobs are getting created from MSME. MSMEs are contributing to more than 40% of the Indian exports. So these are all statistics which I will not want to give to people who are experts in the field, but I will like to put forth some of my very specific points on this subject, and which are very close to my heart. The economic development of a country or a region is driven by none other than the human capital. And I think that is the base for the economic development. And of course, the second important thing that comes into the picture is the infrastructure and the technology and innovations and the new products that come. So which is the manufacturing side. I will focus more on the human capital. So when we say the human capital development for a given set of a region, if that's not done in a specific manner that the industry really requires, or people actually working in the industry don't get upskilled in the manner in which the changes are happening in the society, I don't think we will be able to deliver anything in the economic development space of the state or this country. Our Honorable Prime Minister is speaking of Make in India. That's his pet project that he's been talking of. And now we are talking of Vikasita Bharat in a few years from now. So when we speak of a Vikasit Bharat in a country which is at number 5 in the economic development space today, nationally, from a developed economy to a developing economy to a developed economy, I think the base of it remains in what I call as the nucleus of any development, which is innovation. Innovative thought process, thinking capabilities of individuals in the society, which is very essential. I have spoken about this concept to Anand Ganu couple of times, and this was my dream that we should, that time I was speaking for the city of Pune, but if I look at the national landscape today, I think the country needs at least 2,500 new businesses that have the capability to scale up in next 10 years. If we can really think about some of the businesses that will have the capability to go to the next level, is where the economic development can happen. So first, I firmly believe that human capital is essential. Number 2, I strongly believe that innovative businesses have to come into the landscape of this country, without which the development can really not happen. Third important point that we have been all talking and discussing time and again is the statistics of employment. When we speak of the statistics of employment, we speak of only the numbers of people who are employed and unemployed. But we are really not going to the base of the pyramid where the problem really lies. The problem lies in job creation. And the job creation can only happen when there are more number of industries, more number of entrepreneurs that get created. And when we speak of the kind of entrepreneurs, we've been an inward-looking economy for a very, very long time, where the consumption was happening in India because we have a positive demographic dividend. We also have disposable incomes of people within the country. But it is time when we look at a cross-border kind of a business opportunity, it requires people to think on how to do business in a global landscape. How do we bring innovation and technologies which will be adapted by the world? I think this is what is really required, and unless we do this, we will not be able to achieve the numbers and the scales in terms of the innovative businesses that India really wants to profess to the whole world. And this is not a story that I'm telling which cannot happen. There are so many examples of the developed economies which I want to give here. One very specific example, and that is what we're taking as a university ourselves, is the example of the country of France, where way back about 3 decades back, 30 years ago, where the thought was on how France could become a country of design and the products that would be looked up by the whole world. And this is where, in a small town, where there were only, so I'm talking about MSMEs, so this is a small town where small industries existed, and the major challenge of these MSMEs in France, which was identified, was industrial design. So pinpointedly, the government of France pointed out on one particular point, and which is design as a challenge, and a school of design which was established in France with the help of the association, industries association. So we have representatives from industry associations here as well. And this institute in last 30 years has gone to become #1 design school, not France, but #2 in Europe, and we are tied up with them as a university, as a skills university, because the mandate for the university is how do we help and support industries in terms of developing innovative thought processes, entrepreneurs, and how do we skill the human capital for the need of the industry. So keeping all this in mind, signed up with them, and my school of design has started with industrial design, product design, transportation design, and I think people like us, we need many more people to work in this direction to ensure that we create the right kind of human capital, the human resources that are required not only for India but also overseas. In terms of MSMEs, I am really happy to see the growth that has happened in MSME sector. A great contribution of creation of MSMEs is through the large organizations. And I'm not surprised that a lot of MSMEs got created with a lot of ancillary. So first and foremost, India, state, Maharashtra requires a lot of large organizations to come in to create a lot of ancillary organizations. So I think that is another area where MSMEs need to really work on. We've had examples of the likes of the Kirloskars and the likes of the Cummins and the likes of many others, where the employees themselves quit the organization and set up their own MSMEs. So I think we also have certain students sitting in this room, some professionals here. I'll appeal to everyone to kind of start thinking in a manner where we could make a change, we become the change makers for this particular society by professing the language of MSMEs. And MSME is the future for the country, and I believe that universities like our can join hands with a lot of MSME sectors. I was hoping that Honorable Minister would come here today, where we also have a thought that in every MEDC, if there's a possibility of upskilling people in the industries who have lost the opportunity of upgrading themselves, one, from the perspective of how do we make them futuristic. A problem which was identified while I was for some time in the University of Pune was the lot of new technologies that are actually emerging today, and inability of MSMEs to cope up with that. So automation is one area where a lot of work is happening. So probably Gen X skills is what is required by MSMEs to take up the next leap. And universities like us, probably other universities, we also have my friend Dr. Kamath might also throw some light on it. Probably many traditional universities, cluster universities like his, could play a very pivotal role in the development of this whole landscape. Thank you so much for inviting me here, and all the best to this conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Apurva Palkar, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Moving on to our next keynote speaker for the day, I would like to introduce Sri Rajendra Singh Bhatia. He is the President, Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers and member of Confederation of Indian Industry National Council. He is the chairman of Kalyani Strategic System Limited, defense business subsidiary of Bharat Forge Limited at Kalyani Group. He is also the chairman of Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited, KRAS, a joint venture between Rafael and KSSL. A self-driven business leader capable of starting new business and converting it into a world-class competitive unit. Rajendra Singh Bhatia is an army veteran and a prominent defense industry leader in India with over 50 years of experience. Under him, Kalyani Group has been at the forefront of Atmanirbhar effort in the country while forging partnerships with major defense and aerospace OEMs of the world, and is today in the forefront of defense and aerospace landscape in the country. He has been a key member of the strategic policy initiatives and policy task force as part of government-sponsored bodies for defense and aerospace. He has featured in 50 manufacturing innovative leaders and also awarded Best CEO of the Year for excellence and leadership in innovation at Golden Star Awards in October 2021. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia.
Mr. Atul Shirodkar, Shri Biratkar, Mrs. Apurva Palkar, who actually made my job a little easier, talking about skill sets. Mr. Vijay Kalantri, Mr. Kamath, Mr. Gandhi, and the Consul General of Finland and Consul General of Chile. It's indeed my pleasure to be invited today and talk to this august audience. My today's talk will be around 2 quotes. That's about all. The first one is that India has always disappointed the pessimists and the optimists. Let me take you back 4 years down the line. COVID wave struck, first wave. Our nation held it best in the world. No problems, we followed everything to the book, and we were the first country actually which handled it so well. Then came the second wave, and all hell broke loose. All the optimists who thought India is best tuned to handle COVID, everything went to pieces. Then came the third wave, and again, all those who thought worst has come, we were able to vaccinate more than the whole of the world together, put together in less than 2 years. We vaccinated 200 crore or 100 crore people with 2 shots each. So India is an amazing nation. We continue to do that. In 60s, we talked about India becoming food deficient. All the Western reports said India will have malnutrition and India will be food deficient. Come to today, we export, we are the largest producer of milk, we export wheat to everybody, we are food self-sufficient, and we can support half the other globe with the food which we produce. Take a look at our manufacturing. In 80s, we thought we are now doing 88%, we'll overtake China. We went nowhere. And again, when everybody thought everything is lost, we were there, bang there. Now today we are talking about a $5 trillion economy, and Everybody said we should achieve it by 2027-28. I can assure you we'll achieve 1 year earlier. I think next year we will touch 5 trillion. So we do not ever, have shortage of surprises in this country. And same was with defense. Roll down to 2007 to 2017, India was the largest importer of defense goods. Exports from India just were 700 crores 6 years ago. And imports, a lot. I can just give you one figure. Last year, we exported arms, weapon, equipment worth 26,000 crores. From 700 crores, this figure became 13 times in 5 years. My company was one of the largest exporters. 7 years ago, we took on ourselves to become a weapon manufacturer. Last year, we exported 1,300 crores. This year, we intend doing 2,000 crores. So what I am trying to bring is that we are a nation, we point the optimists and the pessimists. But time has come that we should only disappoint the pessimists and not the optimists. Let me give you some more facts. In 2014, we started with the call for Make in India. I was one of those who attended that meeting in Vigyan Bhavan, which was chaired by Honorable Prime Minister. And he said, we need to become a manufacturing country. The reason? India's manufacturing stands around 16% of the total GDP. And good countries need to go to 25%. And why is it so important for India? Let me give you a little reason for that. India is a very young country. Average age of an Indian is about 29 years. So if you take a look at India's population, we have 400 million people who are effectively looking for good, effective jobs. If they don't get that, they'll get into areas where we don't want them to go. So if you need to create jobs, service industry is fine, but it creates one job for every dollar or whatever is the earning. It's manufacturing which has got a multiple of 6. And why defense and aerospace manufacturing? There is a reason for that. Automobile industry had almost plateaued out. Many other sectors had plateaued out. But there were big white spaces in defense and aerospace. And interestingly, defense and aerospace is also the largest multiplier. If I create one job at the OEM level or we call the original equipment manufacturer or an integrator level, you create minimum 6 to 8 jobs in the tierized structure, which is based on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, which will all be medium and small enterprises. So this creates an ecosystem for MSMEs. So when you start manufacturing defense products, you actually create an ecosystem around you. So the first part, that was the essential reason why we started to take a look at it. But when we started to do it, we realized that the second pillar is missing. Of course, Apurvaji really put it across very, very well, and talking about skill sets. Of course, skill sets need to be grown parallelly with the industry. But the second part and the second quote comes into play. Vikram Sarabhai said in 1960s that if India has to occupy rightful place in the Committee of Nations, then it has to be second to none in application of advanced technologies. And the second pillar is the technology. Now, how do you go about developing technology? We have a Council General from Finland. I think Nordic countries are the role models for innovation. All these countries there have done so wonderfully well. India needs to take a leaf out of their book. But let me tell you how do we go about developing technology. And this is where a question comes. Somebody says technology is the future. Sorry, technology was past, technology is present, and technology will be the future. So there is no doubt about it. I read an interesting book because that has got something to play with what we are talking about MSMEs. The book's name is called Conflict, and it says what is the future projections for the wars in the world. Nobody could project it correctly. But the fact of the matter is, one of the key lessons is, till now, start of this century, all the defense technologies used to be developed under the uniformed arena, which means under the Ministry of Developments or DRDOs of the world or DARPAs of the world. And then they used to find themselves moving to the civilian sector. Example is internet. It was developed by the defense, but went on to become the game changer from the civilian industry. He said in the future, most of the futuristic technologies will be developed in the civilian domain, and they will find themselves coming into the military domain. And how do you develop these technologies in that domain? You need startups. Let me give you a little bit on startups. India today has about 1 lakh startups which are operating in the country. 9,000 of them were created last year. Interestingly, 900 or close to 1,000 of them were in the space of defense. 5 years ago, out of the 800 which came up, not even one was in defense. So what changed? The real change came in when government launched 3 schemes called IDEX, IDEX Prime and Aditi. What does IDEX offer? IDEX offers 1.5 crores, which is just about $200,000 to a startup to convert its idea into a product. And he has to put a matching grant equivalent to that. $200,000 of his own. This actually unleashed a revolution. 800 new companies came up. Some of them came up with brilliant ideas. If you happen to have been at the Republic Day parade 2 years ago, on 30th January, there was what they call swarm drone presentation. In India, we flew 1,000 drones at one time, controlled by the algorithms and the software. The cost of development of that technology was just 65 lakh rupees. So India can actually surprise the world by coming out with what we call brilliant frugal engineering and development. But what we need is that startup culture, which means you give them hope, not only hope, convert that hope into actual green bucks, that he can see light at the end of the tunnel. When he gets to start putting his idea on paper and getting into a product, he can see that 3 years, 5 years down the line, I will be able to encash my idea. As long as he can do that, everything is good. And I'll come to my last point. How does he last 3 to 5 years to convert his idea into a product? That is the time when we call it's the valley of death. You have an idea, you reach somewhere, product is not yet in sight. And for that, we need to ensure we can fund them during that period. And that's where the role of catalysts like MEDC comes into place, to find policies and get them funding in that space, which is the critical phase. If you are able to put them through that critical phase, sky's the limit. And I can assure you, we have a very bright future. We as a nation have the best intellect and I would say the people who can convert wonderful ideas into products. All they need is a little guiding hand. With these words, thank you so much for giving me a patient listening.
Thank you so much, Sri Rajendra Singh Bhatia, sir, for your enlightening address. Moving on to our next keynote speaker for the day, we have Dr. Rajneesh Kamlakar Kamath, Vice Chancellor of Dr. Homi Bhabha State University. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Rajneesh Kamlakar Kamath, everyone.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. Of course, I've been told to cut short the speech. At the outset, I would like to welcome all of you in this very historic place. That's the Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics, because this is the place where the first commerce graduate, lady commerce graduate, she graduated, Dr. Dhure can correct me, more than 115 years back. So that's the legacy. And Dr. Palkar, my colleague and friend, she was speaking about the industry institute gap. We started long back and we have been continuing the legacy. Lot of things Dr. Palkar has expressed, and the best role model, the ideal role model of industry institute interaction is the Skills University, which she has been leading. We are also trying a bit, and we have a lot of courses that are aiming to bridge the gap between industry and academia. I would like to request all the August gathering to have a look at our luxury brand management course, which has been recently started by Dr. Dhure. He is a very able leader. We have been trying to have a tie-up with all the leading industries, leading corporates, including BSc, NSE. Very recently, Honorable Minister Dr. Goyalji was here, and he also praised our activities. Of course, and this is the occasion where we want to have MEDC with us, and that's why we have been placing MEDC officials on our different bodies, university bodies, and that's the ideal thing we can do, so that there will be very close tie-up between the industry and academia. Lot of things we can share. The gap is evident. MSME is doing great. It is contributing, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, around 45% of the state's industrial output and nearly 40% of its exports. However, rightly pointed out by Dr. Palkar, there is a lot of gap as far as the human resources concerned, and where the universities can play a big role in skill development and vocational training, entrepreneurship education, research and innovation, industry academia collaboration, and the most important is technology transfer and digital transformation. So we are into these areas. We have been having the tie-ups with patent attorneys, and of course I am also leading another institute, the JJ Institute of Art, Architecture and Design, which is a de novo university, where we are trying to have the human-computer interaction. So we have been talking about the lab to land or many things, but now we are talking about brain to product. So those kind of things, so that the ideas can be converted very efficiently, the visual communication can happen very easily, the branding can happen, because we have been working on branding also, and there are a lot of things to speak about. And the entrepreneurship education is also very important. And in Sydenham College, we have many types, such types. Recently, just yesterday, we launched our MSc in Finance. So with BSc in Finance in place, we thought that now it's the pertinent time that we should focus on MSc in Finance. So with Dr. Dhure's support and his leadership, we also launched MSc in Finance. Industry academia collaboration also we are focusing on, and we have types with many industries. So in a way, we have been trying to realize the triple helix model, wherein the government, industry and academia, they can come together and they can leverage the talent pool, because as rightly said, India is the country of young minds. So therefore, we should leverage this talent pool, and we should be able to realize the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has been the motto of our Honorable Prime Minister. So with these few words, once again, I welcome you as the host. The place is Dr. Homi Bhabha State University and Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics. And again, once again, I want to urge all of you just to have a look at our facilities, and please come forward. We are open to collaborations and we are open to MOUs. So that's all from my side. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamath sir, for your thought-provoking address. Next, I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Anand Ganu, founder of Garje Marathi Global. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Anand Ganu.
I have my timer, so she doesn't have to worry. Okay. So, distinguished guest, Sri Atul Shirodkarji, Sri Ravi Boratkarji, and distinguished guest on the dais. It's my really great honor and privilege to be here. I was invited as an invited speaker, guest speaker. I do object to the word guest. We are together. We have MOU. We are working together. many of your committee members, top people from your organization, MEDC organizations, are working with me, like you can mention, Vivek Damble is there, Ashish Garde is there. So, sir, I'm on the same side of a table. Yeah. So, with these few words, on a serious note, I'm here to represent an organization which is called Garse Marathi Global, which is a global organization having presence in more than 25 countries, and we have more than 15,000 members all around the world. And our main purpose is to encourage entrepreneurship and help our students and give back to our society, give back to our Karma Bhumi and Matrubhumi. And on those lines, actually, we happen to get connected with MEDC. Before, just last month only, we had an MOU, but before that, I used to work with Mr. Ashish Garde in Aurangabad also. So it is really my home where I am right now. So today's meeting has two parts. One is MEDC and MSME. About MSME, there are many why MSME is important. Everybody had said that, but I'll tell you by an example. I know an organization which is of entrepreneurs, which is based in Maharashtra. I don't want to name that but then one fine day they thought we must have a separate group of those who are having turnover of more than, say, 200 crore rupees. And that so-called the special group started meeting, and after a few meetings they realized that their meetings are not bringing any value. Because when they were meeting as all industries together, those industries which were smaller than 100 or 200 crore rupees were actually giving them the business, were actually giving the substance to the meetings, you know. So MSME plays that very, very vital role in any country's economy. And it is our luck, we are fortunate that somehow Garse Marathi is very well connected with that. We run a lot of startup cohorts. That is where I got connected with Dr. Apurva Palkar. She does an amazing work to promote skill development and to support startups. We learned a lot from her, but because we did not meet in person, now this is the time. And this sort of meetings are really useful, you know. Means, sir, I wanted to meet you to have MOU with state universities, and I have read about you, and this is an opportunity, and you actually offered that we can work together. And other excellencies from countries like Finland and Switzerland are here. We have a lot to learn from you also. One of our very eminent member works on education in Finland, and Finland is supporting him very massively, and he is getting Finland education model in India. So there is a lot to learn from all of you here. So what Garse Marathi does, we are mentoring students, we are mentoring entrepreneurs, and we are taking them from the idea level to the investment level. So this is how we are contributing towards the Maharashtra's economy. We had our Excellence Summit last year, wherein more than 600 people from all around the world had gathered. And there we sort of decided our target that we will contribute 1% of Maharashtra's GDP from outside India. So any entrepreneur, any startups, maybe he or she is in Silicon Valley, the ultimate goal is normally it is to give back. They all have roots to give back, and we are working in that direction. So Garse Marathi works for that. That is where we want your help. That is where we want to form MOUs with various state universities. Day before yesterday I was with VZTI, yesterday I was Mumbai University also. So there is a great expectation, there is a great enthusiasm. People want to go global, people want to collaborate. So this is what we all can do together. And about MEDC, I'll tell you, MEDC is such an organization. It leads by example. It is one of the very unique organizations where there is, you know, past and they shake hands. So, other thing is that I would like to really, I didn't know Dr. Atul Shirodkar for a long time, but when I heard his story, I said, this is the man who leads by example. And I'm sure that he's not the only one in MEDC. So he has, if you look at his hands, there might be some scars there. You know, he has borne the burden of poverty, he has borne the burden of fighting against the system, and today is one of the most successful entrepreneurs. So like that, I'm sure there are many MEDC. So with these few words, I say, let us come together, let us get inspired from each other, and let's help our own community, let us help our own nation. And with those few words, thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Sri Anand Ganu sir, for your enlightening words. Now, moving ahead with the MEDC-MSME Economic Digest launch for the month of September, MEDC is proud to announce the launch of the September edition of its monthly publication, the MEDC Economic Digest, which is focused on the theme MSME, the growth engine. The September Digest features articles from esteemed industry leaders, including Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, IAS, Dr. Rajneesh Kamath, Vice Chancellor of HBSU, and articles authored by Sri Dipendra Singh Kushwaha and MJ Pradeep Chandran, IAS. It is my pleasure to announce the launch of the MEDC-MSME Economic Digest for the month of September. I would now request the volunteer to please give the copies to Dr. Bhatia sir. I would now request everyone on the dais to please open their copies and capture this moment with a picture as we commemorate the launch of yet another valuable edition. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. I request everyone to please take their seats. Now, to conclude this inaugural session, I invite Sri Ravindra Boratkar, immediate past president of MEDC, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please give a big round of applause for Sri Ravindra Boratkar.
A warm good morning to all of you. I feel proud and privileged to be here to do the honors to acknowledge the presence and the guidance of the esteemed dignitaries to mark the beginning of MEDC's flagship event, MSME. We have seen this is a wonderful gathering on the stage today. We have two founding vice chancellors, academicians who really contribute to the developments of the young minds. We have two great personalities with a global perspective, Bhatiaji and Anandji. The entrepreneurs industry, they are led by example, and through their speeches also, they have given a good insights about the global perspective. We also had two consular generals, an international perspective, Mr. Martin and Consular of the Chile with us. And most importantly, we had two dynamic leaders of the industry on the stage, Sri Lalit Gandhi and Mr. Kalantri. Both have shown and have been working for the past several years closely with the industry, with the MSMEs. Friends,
our MEDC President, Mr. Atul Shirodkar, under his dynamic leadership, well supported by the young Vice Presidents, Mr. Sachin Itkar, Ashish Garde, and Abhijit Kelkar, and rest of the team. You all seen that MEDC is really doing programs which are very relevant for the socio-economic Rashtra, and this effort is one step towards that. I sincerely thank our keynote speakers today, my friend, philosopher and guide Apurva Palkar, for bringing in the most important aspect of human capital. And not only innovations in terms of the product, but also innovation in the mind, thinking new. So thank you so much for your kind guidance and the presence here. I will also extend my gratitude towards Mr. Kamath. Though he was deprived of his full speech, but sir, your presence, in fact, at the venue, your help, our association with MEDC through our MOU, it is always a pleasure to work with you. Happy that you are, for the students, are trying to build linkages with the industry so they get the first-hand experience. So thank you so much for being with us today and your guidance. I also extend my gratitude towards Sri Rajendra Bhatia ji. He's like a living legend. What we dream of, he has shown through his, this thing. As he himself made, the way they started before 5 years, and his own company's turnover in the defense export. I think he's the person who is leading by example. So your presence is very encouraging, and we really value your words of wisdom. I also thank my friend Lalit Gandhi and Mr. Vijay Kalantri for their presence. And two very nice points they both brought together. Mr. Kalantri talked about utilizing the SEEK unit's potential for re-energizing the MSME sector. And Mr. Lalit Gandhi talked about the new sectors in the MSME, what can be added, and the way we can do the handholding with them. I also thank the speakers who are going to give important contribution, guidance to the entrepreneurs here today. We already have Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary on the stage. She has also contributed an article in the MSME Digest, which is recently launched. So I thank her for being here today, taking out time and coming to this session. I think she'll be addressing the next session. All the sessions which will be followed are carefully crafted in a way so that talks about the opportunities, addresses the challenges, but most importantly, my request to all the participants would be that they make these sessions more interactive so that they are not only, you will also get to know what you want, but it can also help you to bring out more from the distinguished panel, to know more from their experiences and their knowledge. So wishing you all the best for the deliberations in the day ahead. And I also need to thank the team of the MEDC led by Ms. Sheetal, who has done well to do the program today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Boratkar sir, for your kind words and your continued dedication to the growth of MSMEs. I would now request everyone to please pose for a group picture. Hi, sir. Please have a seat. Yes, yes. I would request the panelists to please come on the stage. I would request Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, IAS, Mr. Prasad Menon, Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, and Shri Bharat Kothari to please come on the stage. Nidhi Chaudhary, IAS, Commissioner of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Department and CEO of Maharashtra State Skill Development Society and Maharashtra State Innovation Society. Big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite Shri Ashish Garde, Vice President MEDC, to felicitate Mr. Prasad Menon, CEO of the Center of Incubation and Business Acceleration. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Mr. Atul Shirodkar is felicitating Mr. Prasad Menon, CEO of Incubation and Business Acceleration. I would now request Shri Atul Shirodkar to please felicitate Mr. Dheeraj Kumar, Regional Head of the Open Network for Digital Commerce. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite Shri Anand Kulkarni, MEDC committee member, to felicitate Shri Bharat Kothari, CEO, ISPARC MSSU Foundation. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Anand Kulkarni, sir, I would now request you to please felicitate Shri Jaideep Pawar, the MEDC State Committee Chairman for Innovation, Incubation and Startup. Please give a big round of applause.
Just correct, the name is Bhavesh Kothari. पहला नाम जो लिया ना आपने, he is Bhavesh Kothari.
We are now done with the felicitation ceremony. Over to you, Shri Jaideep Pawar.
Good afternoon. After exciting inaugural session, I have an honor to introduce our first speaker today in this session, Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, IS Commissioner Skill, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Department, and CEO of Maharashtra State Skill Development Society and Maharashtra State Innovation Society. Recently, she has joined National Gallery of Modern Arts, Mumbai, Ministry of Culture as a director. She is IS with an accomplished achievement in, she is IS of 2012 batch, known for her excellence in public service and strong leadership. Her academic qualifications include MA in English Literature from University of Rajasthan, where she was a gold medalist, a MA in Public Administration, a MA in Rural Development, JIIB, CAIIB, UGC NET, MA in Public Policy, and MA in Sociology. With her vast educational background, she brings a strong academic foundation in her administrative roles. Ms. Nidhi's journey in public service began as a probationary officer at LBSNNA Mussoorie, where she honed her skills and laid foundation for a stellar career. Building on this experience, she served as assistant collector in Thane, where she showcased her ability to handle diverse responsibility with efficiency and effectiveness. Even as a probationer, she executed demolition exercises in the city of Ambernath as a chief officer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, and we request her to share her thoughts with us. Please.
Thank you for inviting me, MEDC, distinguished dais. Actually, yesterday only I joined the National Gallery of Modern Arts under the Ministry of Culture. And I have been requesting MEDC to cancel my presence here because until last week I was Commissioner Skill Development, CEO of Maharashtra State Innovation Society, and I had all rights to speak and discuss the schemes that are being implemented by the government of Maharashtra. As of today, I should be excited about the beautiful auditorium that we are in with my current portfolio. I sit at NGMA Mumbai, which has a legacy of promoting contemporary arts. But I have not forgotten what I was doing until last week, until 2 days back. So I would want to share what Government of Maharashtra does for startups, what Government of Maharashtra does for MSMEs. And that MSME as a sector is one of the most important sector. It's the largest employer, as all of us know. It was discussed in the previous session also. Against one person that gets employed in an MSME, there are 6 more employment opportunities that gets generated, was told by one of the speaker. MSMEs are also largest contributors in exports in India. They are biggest contributors to GDP in the state of Maharashtra also. When we consider it as a sector, it definitely is the area which will turn India into a $5 trillion economy, and as was promised by one of the speakers, that we may achieve it 1 year earlier than what is contemplated. MSMEs are biggest contributors in the state of Maharashtra also, and all the goals and dreams of turning Maharashtra into a $1 trillion economy can only be achieved if all of you become stronger day by day. While there have been issues, maybe initially with the implementation of GST, and before skills I was in GST, and I would attend MSME conferences on GST and would hear from them what are the grievances about GST. And there were hiccups which came with the launch of GST, but gradually even the GST department started started simplifying the taxation structure. And thankfully, we have come to a stage where a lot of grievances are addressed. From Government of Maharashtra Skill Development Department, schemes which have been launched, I would wish to address on the CMYKPY, Mukhyamantri Yuva Karya Prashikshan Yojana. This scheme allows you to hire interns, and the expenditure for the interns will be borne by the state of Maharashtra. So if there is an enterprise which is hiring more than 20 employees, you can hire 10% of the workforce from interns from colleges like Sydenham College or any college of your choice from the sector of your choice. So against 12th standard, government pays 6,000. For diploma ITI, if you want skilled manpower, government pays 8,000. For graduates, government is going to pay 10,000. And the target that Government of Maharashtra has set is 10 lakh internship to be offered in a year's time. And this is a big opportunity before all the MSMEs to get these young boys and girls into your premises, give them some exposure on what is it that happens in an MSME, give them some on-the-job training, and through that, they may turn into your asset in the near future if you find some spark in them. If after the training, if you believe that they can be part of your workforce, you can keep continuing them. Other than that, there is another scheme which is Maharashtra Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. Under that, even this limit of 20 people is not there. There the limit is up to 25% of the workforce. Even the small enterprises can have apprentices from the market, and there is this requirement of 12th pass out is also not there. So you can have 10th pass out, you can have 10th fail also. So there are different trades, optional trade, designated trade, under which you can have apprentices in your sector. Though Maharashtra is #1 in the state, #1 in the country as far as Maharashtra Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme goes, or National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme goes, NATS goes, still the potential that we have in terms of the number of MSMEs that we have in Maharashtra, in terms of the number of corporates that we have in Maharashtra, this is still underachieved. So there is a potential wherein all of you can go on board on the NAPS portal, NATS portal, MAPS portal, CMYKPY, you can go on rozgar.mahaswam.gov.in portal and register yourself to take these apprentices, to take these interns. From the state fund, they will be supported. Other than that, if you are into a sector wherein you need masons, you need electricians, carpenters, or some skilled manpower, which is being trained by the ITIs, all the ITI students, all the ITIs, we have 419 government ITIs and 500 plus private ITIs, each of the ITI student is mandated to do on-the-job training. And in that on-the-job training, the batches can come and they can be employed by you. They can be, because these are trained students, they can be brought in your premises for painting, to carpentry, to electrician, to robotics, to drones, to sewing machine, sewing technology, fashion technology, bakery, cooking. There are all sorts of courses, 85 plus trades, which are there in ITIs. If you associate with your nearest ITI, then you can get this workforce readily available to you, working under you, with you, under the supervision of the ITI instructor. What do we do in innovation sector? All this was about ITI and about the MSME collaboration, about what commissioner employment can do under the CMYKPY scheme. Under the startup ecosystem, what do we do? So for startup, there is a Maharashtra startup policy which we are implementing since 2016. And under this policy, every startup, after the registration and recognition by DPIIT, they can get support for patents, they can get support for quality testings, they can get seed capital funding from the two funds which are available with the Government of Maharashtra Skill Development Department. We have recently launched a scheme which is Ahilyabai Holkar Mahila Startup Samman Yojana. And the rationale and the reasoning behind introduction of that scheme, which was launched in the budget, was when we found out that we have a lot of startups. Like it was mentioned that 1 lakh plus registered startup in our country. Of them, 1/5 are in Maharashtra. Of all the unicorns, 1/4 of them are from Maharashtra. But how many of them are led by women? How many of them are actually led by women? So when we tried to study this, we found that in the country, hardly 18% of the startups are led by women, founded by women. When we launched this scheme, the scheme is very plain, simple scheme. We are going to give a grant of 1 lakh to 25 lakh rupees. There is no return, no investment. It is just a plain grant, just to encourage and acknowledge the women-led startups. So when the perusals happened, when the screening happened before me, we found out that some of the startups, while the woman was shown as 51% ownership, it was actually her husband or her son who was leading that startup. These startups were shortlisted, but overall in a year's time, 100 plus startup every year we will shortlist. For next 5 years, the scheme has been launched. Other than that, from World Bank funds, SIDBI is giving a $100 million grant. This is coming from World Bank, and women entrepreneurs are going to get this grant. Once again, it is a grant, it is not an investment, so we will give you after perusing your applications, after going through your proposal, and you get it for promotion of the enterprise that you're doing. Other than that, because as was mentioned also, the startup from idea to the product, there is a dark area in between in which a lot of startups die. How to ensure that a good idea never dies an early death and reaches that ultimate culmination of being a product. For that, Maharashtra State Innovation Society supports incubation centers. And I'm very happy to share, even Ashish ji is here. His incubation center, Magic, in Aurangabad is supported by the Maharashtra State Innovation Society. In Mumbai, Mumbai University, and Bhavesh ji is here. His incubation center, IS Park, is also supported by Maharashtra State Innovation Society. So we give a support of 5 crore rupees over a period of 5 years. And there are private sector incubation centers also, like Jain International Trade Organization, IIT Mumbai, Riddle Somaiya is also associated with us. So more than 28 incubation centers are also getting funding support from us. Startups get expo support from the Innovation Society, not just in Maharashtra, but across the country, and also internationally. We send selected startups for giving them an exposure in national and international market where they can project their ideas, where they can get investors also. So there are these schemes which are being implemented by the state for promotion of startups. Under MSME, I'm sure there would be speakers coming from the MSME department. The schemes that I was implementing when I was working as collector in Raigad or Mumbai Suburban, CMEGP, PMEGP, Mudra, Tarun, Shishu Loan, and there are lots of bank linkage related schemes which are being introduced by government, knowing fully well that how much soever these schemes are, there is still a credit shortfall that we find in the sector. The requirement of funds that is there and the processing of credit applications by banks, there is a lot of hesitancy. The NPAs come from all sectors, but hesitancy comes more when it comes from small enterprises, especially in banking. So how to address this? Because of this, the government promotes these kind of schemes, CMEGP, PMEGP, Shishu, Tarun, Mudra. Other than that also, recently Government of India has come with PM Vishwakarma scheme. Vishwakarmas are small enterprises, very small enterprise in the village level, which also gets the training support from Government of India and Government of Maharashtra. These are a few schemes. I am sure other panel speakers would explain, and when the speakers from MSME sectors will come, they would speak more on what is being done. How much soever we are doing, there will certainly be certain gap. Probably you are not hearing us enough, or we are not hearing you enough, and that gap may be the reason why the schemes never reach their optimal potential. When a scheme gets launched, all of us, when we design it, when we plan it, when we execute it, our intention is to saturate it. So when we say saturate, so like Ahilyabai Holkar Mahila Startup Scheme, when we were planning, we really, really want every single women-led startup, meaningfully led by women, to get that award. But somewhere, some gaps always remain, and not everyone reaches you, and not everyone gets recognized, appreciated. So in order to address that gap, events like this and organizations like MEDC can play a great role. All my best wishes to MEDC for today's event, and all my best wishes to each one of you. Grow big, but every big industry started small. So don't worry about at what stage you are currently. Every big industry, you name the industry, there once upon a time, they just started from a garage, they just started from a small room, they started from a small space, and they kept going. So keep going. The journey of MSMEs is not easy. It is the toughest. And there is a difficulty in startup sector, there is a difficulty in MSME sector, well accepted, appreciated by the government. Having said so, still there will be failures, but step up again, keep trying hard, and you never know, one day you will be the Tatas and Ambanis and Adanis of the country. All my best wishes to each one of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. That was insightful. Moving on with the insightful thoughts shared by Chaudhary ma'am on incubation and startups, I would like to invite Shri Prasad Menon, CEO of Center of Incubation and Business Acceleration, called as CIBA. For over 2 decades, Mr. Prasad has worked across 3 different continents in FMCG, retail, technology, with industry leaders like Parfait Van Mele, Liz Caliborn, Nokia, and Reliance brands. His last corporate assignment was in India, where he was CMO for brands like Hamleys, Paul & Shark, and Timberland. Prasad is on a governing body member and also elected vice president for Indian Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Park Business Incubators Association, ISBA, an association of business incubators in India. He is a resource person for incubator capacity building, having conducted several workshops across India. I would request Prasad to come and share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, MEDC, for giving this opportunity to address, and indeed, let me just start, because since morning we have been hearing about startups, right, and all the numbers, 100,000. By the way, you know how startups are growing. Subah bola 100,000. If you check right now on startupindia.gov.in, the number is 140,136. So just imagine the pace at which it is growing. That because in the past, if somebody said it is 1 lakh, it will take a lot of time for it to cross that number. But it's actually 1,40,000. But since this is an MSME conference and there is, let me get some definitions right. How many of you think and know the difference between an MSME and a startup? What do you think is the difference? I think we need to establish that. Am I right? Yeah, can you tell? Please. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 So are you an MSME owner? Okay, I would like to hear it. Just you're right. You're right. You're in the right direction. Absolutely. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks for. But why my question was, thanks for giving the definition. My question was because these are all, all the audience over here have been there, done that, MSME entrepreneurs. They are not, they're not employees. They're all employers. So my question is, because a lot has been said about startups. So are we, and a lot has been also said about the different support system that exists for startups and the different support system that exists for MSME as well. So this entire lot of euphoria is happening around startups and incubation and innovation. Am I right? A lot of media attention is given to startups today. Whereas we all agree and we all know MSME is really the let's say, the foundation of employment generation in India. I think the ma'am told very well, and it's established that, one MSME will generate 6 times more employment than a startup will do. I'll give an example, simply I always use this example. WhatsApp was worth $19 billion when Facebook acquired it. And $19 billion, it's a figure that is like blows our mind. Kitne employment the uske? If the employment was not even 3-digit. So what is the point of having a WhatsApp if it cannot generate employment? So for us in India, employment generation was always and will always remain the biggest challenge. And so while we have this entire startup ecosystem building and developing, it also needs to generate employment. And actually, and I must say I'm part of an incubator, and startups are generating employment. Fortunately, the startups that India is promoting, it is generating employment. The reason being because most of the incubators where these startups are brewing are in academic institutions. So which means that many of the colleges, universities are right now hosting these incubators, which means that students are actually joining the startup movement. So let me get, I wanted to talk about this a few times. And I think let us be honest and open about it and transparent also about it, because MSMEs usually are always looking into traditional business models and look at established business models. Normally MSMEs go into established business models. Am I right? You always, because that is the nature of MSMEs, right? Established business models. And also the sectors that MSME chooses are also traditional sectors. So whether it is fabrication, whether it is, even things like food processing. So all traditional sectors and established business models. This is where startups Startups don't go into established business models, because if they go into established business models, nobody's going to notice them. They're not able to grow. There is no innovation there. So startups are actually the ones who typically get into more creative, and also they also look at how to use new technologies. So they are not looking at established business models, they are also looking at new technologies. So for example, right now, if you talk about agriculture, somebody creates a machine of how to sort the size of onions. So typically what you do, you keep those machines which has got calibration for, moving big onions, small and medium onions, right? And this is, so you create a machine also, and that can be an MSME model. But if it's a startup, the startup will look at how can I use computer vision technology? How can I use computer vision technology that can detect the onions and are able to sort it automatically? Now that is the difference between a startup and an MSME. Not that MSME are not capable of it. I think this is what my today's talk is about. It's not about the lack of capability. It is just that we all have to come out of that mindset of incremental growth and look at how can we get exponential growth through disruptive technologies. How many of us, and I'm trying to be part of MSMEs over here, how many of us have actually got out of the comfort zone of our established business and got out and tried something new, have exposed ourselves to something new, have experimented and tested new technologies? And this is the second point that startups and MSMEs differ is risk appetite. Startups, founders actually have much higher appetite for risk, and MSMEs, because of the way it has been slowly brewing, right, the appetite for risk is not that high, because there's a lot to lose as well, because it's an established business. So that's the other part, and risk is inherent. It's something that is packaged and comes with innovation. So if there is no risk, there is no innovation as well. So risk level is, because they are also, like I said, established business model versus unproven. When you go into new technology, it is unproven, right? So that's something that we need to keep in mind. The other thing, because we are running short of time, so I will be a little conscious of that, and I'll try to, because I had a lot of things that I wanted to share, but I'll try to give a little bit more, since this entire thing around startup culture has been spoken about. So besides risk, startups are also a lot more impatient. That means if you look at growth trajectory of a startup versus MSME, MSMEs are normally focused on developing the market, the region, and they are strengthening that. But startups already are looking at how can I go from early stage to seed stage to growth stage to straight IPO, right? So that journey, the trajectory and the pace at which startups think is slightly different than how MSME thinks, which means that there is so much that MSMEs can gain from the startups, and there's so much that startups can gain from MSME. What can the startups gain from the MSME? Very simple. Startups do not have the social capital, they do not have the networks, they do not also have the access to the markets, to the experience that MSMEs have. So startups can definitely gain from MSMEs, and MSMEs can also gain from startups. I'm keeping it short because I'm very conscious of all of you. There's a lot of let's say, sessions that is being planned. Thank you very much, and I hope there is some time for Q&A, because I think at the end of the day, having a panel that is not able to answer some of the doubts you have after listening to them, then it is not really fruitful. So all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prasad. That was really insightful. Moving on, I would like to invite Dheeraj Kumar, Regional Head ONDC. Dheeraj is having over 20 years of experience in building strategies, management consulting, CSR, SDG, ESG, business development, regulatory and marketing strategy, digital transformation and deployment, hydrogen policy, CSR laws, ST IP, which is science, technology and innovation policy for government and R&D departments. He is currently working with ONDC, which is an open network for digital commerce, which MSMEs are now largely looking at. And he is looking after southern and western region for government relations and marketing. He has also been into advisory and consulting for developing digital commerce strategies and digitalization for F&B, agriculture, MSME and cluster development of startups and MSMEs to build various business models. He has built products and solutions and applications at national level. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dheeraj to share his views. Before that, I would request organizers to present a video which he has. Yeah.
I would like to thanks to all MEDC member, all dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, all industry leaders from different institutions, and all MSME entrepreneurs, members. So today's theme is about MSME and innovation. So I would like to more about the MSMEs and related to innovation. As you all of you know that in our industry, 90% industry belong to micro and nano entrepreneur. So they are the major contributor for the growth of the economy. But their contribution is not counted. Maybe because of so many reasons. They are not digitized. Maybe many nano entrepreneur belong to unorganized sectors. And I would say they are unprivileged in terms of they are not able to avail the all schemes released by state or central level government. So before I start my speaking, so I would like to show one video. It's not there? Okay, ठीक है, you can start PPT. So, the current trend, first of all, I would like to share the current trend of the digital commerce in India. Only 5% industries, 5% in India is a digitally, there is a digital e-commerce penetration in B2C and less than 1% in B2B sector. So that means 5% industries are still not digitally enabled. There could be so many reasons because only there are a few players, only few digital commerce company, and the main reason is behind because these all e-commerce companies are working in a very bundling manner. Bundling manner is everything is operated or organized by a single operator. They have their own proprietary protocol. They have their own functions, logistic, technical infrastructure, resources, everything they have on. But if you look at the other industry verticals, other industries are working in unbundling manner. That means every large industry give outsourcing to small industries, micro or small industries, work to small level industries. But in e-commerce sector, that's not happening. So ONDC as an acronym said that Open Network for Digital Commerce, we try to unbundle this e-commerce sector where there is a set of APIs built on an open protocol, and we build up multiple interfaces where this all e-commerce player can choose their own role either as a buyer application or a seller application or a logistic application. Now I will also share that how this unbundling or interoperable system in digital commerce foster innovation and bring opportunities for MSMEs. So this is the typical e-commerce transaction happening in every e-commerce platform. There is some set of activities buyer do and some set of activities seller do, and they interact with and order deliver through logistics system. So we unbundle all these functions into multiple functions, and basically ONDC is working on two underlying principles: unbundling and interoperable. See, I give you some analogy example of telecom network. When telecom services start, telecom networks start, they start with the services of telegraph. Slowly this telecom network evolved. After telegraph, voice services introduced, data services introduced, satellite communication introduced by different players. Similarly, this open network for digital commerces start evolving, and new players with new ideas, with new innovative solutions, they are joining this network and bringing solutions. Open Network, ONDC is a Section 8 company supported by DPIIT under Ministry of Commerce, and we have a 27 institution as a stakeholder. they have invested money on this ONDC network. We have started ONDC network with these three services: grocery, food and beverage, and mobility. Now we have also opened a category domain in export, beauty and personal care, almost 12 category domains, including a B2B. And we are also thinking about the new service category domain. The biggest limitation of this, I mean, in current e-commerce environment is only few categories are digitally enabled. Still, there are lots of untapped potential categories which still are not digital enabled, especially in B2B sectors. Mostly business are happening in B2C sector, not in B2B. 2 years back, this ONDC has founded. We started with a transaction of 1,000. Now we have achieved 90 million transactions in this network. And on every month, we are doing 10 to 12 million transactions in this ONDC network. And surprisingly, maximum transaction, almost 80% transaction happening through nano entrepreneur or micro entrepreneur. So that's how ONDC is enabling micro entrepreneur, digitize micro entrepreneur, and bringing them into the system. Now ONDC network presence in almost 600 plus cities, and we have onboarded 6 lakh plus sellers. So in this ONDC network, there is no limitation, though it's supported by a government network. Any startup company, any e-commerce startup company can become a network partner of this ONDC network. We have almost now 100 plus platform as a network partner in this network. Maximum are e-commerce startup company. If you see, for any e-commerce startup company, initially they start with some idea, but slowly, because of so many challenges, they failed, because they have to manage everything by their own self. Now, but in ONDC network, this the complete e-commerce system is working on the sharing of resources. So if you are an e-commerce startup company, you come, if you want to join as a buyer application on ONDC network, then you don't need to worry about the seller registration, you don't need to worry about the logistics system, you don't need to worry about the other financial things. So you can choose your one role as a buyer application or as a seller application, and you can join in the ONDC network. I want to emphasize on this diagram. So here is a pool of applications: 75 seller applications, 24 buyer application, and 17 plus logistic application. Maximum are startup company, and there is no limitation. Any player, whether it's a big e-commerce player or a small player, can join as a network, whether it's a government entity or a private entity. Anyone can join here. And we are working with the state level and central government. They have their own e-commerce application. They can also join in the ONDC network. And we are trying to make very seamless process for seller onboarding. So any seller, whether he is a distributor, wholesaler, MSME, or any big company, can join as a seller, can onboard through any of the application. So there are the few advantages. One advantage is, if any seller onboarded through any one of the application, he don't need to register in other application. Currently, if you onboard your business into one application, you need to do multiple registration. But in ONDC network, you don't need to do multiple registration. Single registration, through the single registration, your product will be visible to all the 24 buyer application. Currently, we have a 24 buyer application, but more than 200 plus buyer application are in pipeline. We have got almost 17,000 plus interest from different e-commerce startups. There are applications. So you can onboard your business through WhatsApp. Even you can buy any product through WhatsApp. So that's how we are, on daily basis, we are trying to make a seamless process. Even some seller applications have built a local language interface. Currently, if you speak about the remote area or a very tier 2 or tier 3 city level MSMEs, so they are not able to onboard themselves because they are not comfortable with the English language. So we have a build up 15 plus local language interface, so this area can be onboarded, and there are a few logistic player. One of the logistic player is India Post is also integrated with ONDC. With the help of India Post, now last mile pickup and delivery is possible in the ONDC network. This is a list of 400 plus big brands. If you want to get an experience of how you can purchase anything through the ONDC network, these are the major buyer application. Maybe how many of you have a Paytm in your mobile? So through Paytm you can buy something from ONDC network. And we are building a new kind of a use cases. So one of the use cases is unified mobility. So suppose you want to travel from Mumbai to Delhi, there, you need to book maybe a travel ticket through air travel or a train travel or a taxi. To build a one unified use case where you just need to log in into one buyer application and you can find all the tickets at the same places. So you can build your own inventory. Same way, yesterday we have launched a financial services. So there are some players who can disburse loan within a 6 minutes up to 1 crore rupees to MSME and through the mobile app only. So this kind of a services, financial services, we are trying to introduce even apart from disbursing of loan. So for a typical MSME, there are basically three kind of problems. One is a marketing access. Because MSME have their own challenges of marketing, physical challenges, but with the help of digital transformation or with the help of digital commerce, they can get a big market access. So that's the one challenge we are solving through ONDC network. Second challenge is about the funding. You required funding for your working capital or your industry. So we have a player, those who providing a funding, within a 6 minutes they are providing funding. Plus there is a one more challenge of payment period for MSME. So generally there is a payment period of 45 days to 60 days. But there are few players who are joining with ONDC network, coming with the solution that immediately once your product will be delivered to your buyer, on the same day you will get the payment. So that's how you can improve your operating cycle. Even we have introduced open network for skills. So there are many new age skills are coming up because this is a very humongous task to digitally enable 95% MSME in India. So new kind of skills are coming up like a digital catalog, not only on a textual basis, even though a new video based catalog or AI generative catalogs are building up. So this is an opportunity for new young entrepreneurs. They can learn these skills and learn about the data analytics. And with the help of ONDC network, I would like to share few use cases. One of the use cases is in Dhule district. There is a one small kirana store. He applied all the learning into his business and he increased his sale up from 9 lakh to 56 lakh. Within a 2 month of time, he increased sales 600%. And that's one of the good use case. Second use case is, there are few players mobility player, those who are not charging any driver commission fees from driver. So ultimately, 40%, in general, 25% to 40% commission driver need to pay to the mobility application platform. But in ONDC network, the driver who is utilizing a mobility application listed with ONDC network, so they don't need to pay 40% commission. So indirectly, their 40% income is increasing. We have almost onboarded 7,000 plus FPOs across the country. Indirectly, 20 lakh farmers are onboarded through ONDC network, and they are getting and availing different kind of services. So their product is, they are able to get a market from across all India, and their product from Tamil Nadu to Delhi, Delhi to Tamil Nadu, everywhere trade is happening through ONDC network. So I have a limited time, but there are many other stories to tell. So I just give you, brief description of ONDC. ONDC is not an app, not an application, not a platform. It's a network, and it's the first time is happening across the world where we are building a network-centric approach rather than platform-centric approach. Platform generally try to control on buyer and sellers, but through ONDC network, we are trying to make a very democratized, decentralized, and decontrol system where a user have a full control on his business. So he can set his own terms and conditions, he can set his own commissions, he can design his whole business, whether he wants to deliver 1 or 2 kilometers away or pan India or globally, he can decide. And he can opt all the logistics. So in ONDC network, there is a system of on-network logistics. Whenever there is a query comes for delivery, all 16 or 17 logistic partner immediately send a quotation. Whichever is the lowest quote, seller will pick it up and give price to buyer. So for an e-commerce company, generally, because of so many expenses, they charge very high commission from seller. But in ONDC network, because of this sharing resources of infrastructure, seller applications are able to onboard or register almost a minimal cost. In fact, 0 rupees cost, as well as they are not charging any high commission fees. So there are some of the advantage. So I would request all of you, there is one WhatsApp chatbot on ONDC site. If you Google ondc.org, there is a WhatsApp chatbot. You can start conversation with him, and you will get all the information download. And we also open a ONDC Academy. There are list of videos. You can learn from these videos and you can certify yourself. So all these network partner, they are also looking for resources. So if anyone from any college graduate or any startup get this certificate, so they will get a business or job opportunities to work with these seller network partners. So I would, thanks to all of you.
Thank you, sir. That was quite insightful, and I'm sure ONDC will be the next UPI specifically for MSME ecosystems. Calling on our last speaker, Mr. Bhavesh Kotari, who is a CEO at MSSU iSpark Foundation. He's currently leading the early stage startup incubator, which has been built by India's first and only skill university called Maharashtra State Skills University, MSSU. Armed with more than 2 decades of professional experience, he is credited to be pioneer in startup mentoring domain and has mentored and nurtured over 7 to 8 dozen startups in last 12 years. A chemistry majors graduate from Mumbai University with postgraduate degree in event management, a diploma in international trade with MBA in international business, a Six Sigma Green Belt certified professional along with a certification as an entertainer TM. He carves for learning all the time. I would request Mr. Kotari to share his wisdom with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know the energy is down, right? Because so much of Gyan. So let me take this small opportunity to share some insights. But before that, thank you so much to the esteemed organizers and to all of you for inviting me here. I come with a varied background, and as I was introduced, right? I have been an entrepreneur. I have been on the side of MSMEs. I've worked with founders, then now known as startups as well. I've worked with large corporates, being on their side as a client as well, right? And recently I have been entrusted and given charge of driving an incubation center by a very dynamic women entrepreneur lady, Dr. Purva Palkar. And you know, when she was putting me in charge, she said, look, can we make this incubator a benchmark? And I said, look, we already have a couple of benchmarks here, so it's going to be a very daunting task. But having said that, I think incubators are you know, one of the most important breeding grounds for startups, especially innovation. You know, while I was coming here, I was trying to think what is the kind of topic that I should be covering, because MSME, startup, incubation, I think, you know, you need to create a link between all this. And one common link is that, look, growth, profits, right? These are very, very important factors when you look at businesses. And I also, fortunately, have been representing a magazine called SME World. And I've closely worked with BSE, NSE, you know, over the past 17, 18 years. I've seen the growth of how BSE SME Exchange has been for the past 10 years. I've seen the startup exchange growing in, right? So there are, you know, a lot of opportunities, if I have to use that word. There are a lot of platforms and mechanisms for not just startups, but for MSMEs as well. Now, how do we utilize that, right? So, for example, if you look at the incubation space where I come from, there are more than 750, I think 740 odd incubators in the country, right? And if you look at the ratio versus startup and incubation, I think I could look at approximately 170 odd startups versus one incubator. I think that's a significant number, and it's increasing, right, day by day. The challenges are as equal as the opportunities, right? Now, how do we bridge those gaps? One of the thoughts that came to my mind was, you know, there's something called a CSR, we all know, right? 2%, which has been earmarked. But how many SMEs or micro enterprise can actually look at that? I think rather than looking at, you know, CSRs, we could look at collaborations. There are a lot of problems as SMEs we face, right? Right from skill to innovation to product, so on and so forth. Can we build a more cohesive ecosystem where you could say, if you have a problem statement, can we go to an incubation and say, hey, look, you know, I have this problem statement. Do you have a startup or do you have a, you know, a college who could solve this problem for me? And I'm willing to extend the infrastructure resources, can be a small amount of funding. Because ultimately what happens is it actually helps us as business owners, as MSMEs, to actually create a more holistic ecosystem which is conducive to startups also, to enterprises also. There are a lot of, you know, Nidhi ma'am mentioned, right? But those are all support mechanisms. What are we as you know, business owners trying to achieve out of it? Some of the areas that we at MSSU iSpark are focusing on is skill. That's been our first area. We are a very fairly new incubation center, but with a zeal and you know, and wherewithal of creating an impact, so that it is not just about supporting startups through funding, through mentoring, but also to create mechanisms of collaborations with industries, with academias. So for the past 2 years, MSSU have signed more than 25 MOUs. And these are not just MOUs which are on paper, but we have started implementing this, you know, as we speak forward. Similarly, at you know, iSpark Foundation, we have a very robust infrastructure in Vidya Vihar, where we are starting this incubation center. So you know, I would be happy to reach out to all of you. We have a lot of students, I am given to understand here, right? Those are innovative ideas. We recently signed off a scheme called Amrut, which is, you know, also supporting student startup innovation. This is called Academy of Maharashtra Research Upliftment and Training, right? So where we are providing up to 3 lakhs of grant. And again, you know, this is no strings attached. The only string is that you need to be present at the incubation center, because we have seen and we have experienced, and I am sure Prasad will agree, a lot of startups go out to incubators for grants. I think that is one mechanism, or that is one support mechanism that you have, right? If you are looking at growing your enterprise, you should go beyond just monetary benefits. How do you look at mentor support? How do you look at industry support? So these are some of the thoughts that I thought, let me share it, and let me keep it very sweet and short, so that we have more time for, I think, Q&A, and that's where we could address this information. So with that, thank you so much, and delighted to be here with all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Kothari. Due to paucity of time, I would request audience to reach out to panelists one-on-one during the sessions. I will now hand over the mic to the MC, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and esteemed panelists for a very, very insightful session. Please give a big round of applause for everyone. I would request you all to please pose for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone. Our next session is centered around a crucial aspect of MSME growth, which is finance opportunities for MSME. Access to finance is one of the most significant hurdles for MSMEs, and today we'll explore the various opportunities and solutions available. We are privileged to have Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, the MEDC State Committee Chairman, as our moderator for this session. He'll be joined by a distinguished group of experts, Dr. Rajendra Nimbalkar, IAS, Mr. Sunil Khujnare, Mr. Kailash Kumar Varodia, Ms. Radha Kirtivasan, and Mr. Manoj Kumar. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and the panelists for what promises to be an insightful discussion. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Of the moderator and speakers. To start with, I would like to request Captain Gajanan Karanjikar to felicitate Dr. Rajendra Nimbalkar, IAS, Managing Director of Maharashtra Small Scale Industries Development Corporation Limited. Please give a big round of applause. Now, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar will felicitate Mr. Sunil Khujnare. Please give a big round of applause. Karanjikar sir will now felicitate Mr. Kailash Kumar Varodia, CFO and COO at the Receivables Exchange of India Limited. Captain Karanjikar will now felicitate Ms. Radha Kirthivasan, Head of Listing and SME at Bombay Stock Exchange. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Lastly, I would like to request Captain Karanjikar to please felicitate Mr. Manoj Kumar, Zonal General Manager at National Small Industries Corporation. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Now, I would like to invite Shri Vivek Damble to felicitate Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, the MEDC State Committee Chairman, as our moderator for this session. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. So we are now done with the felicitation ceremony for this session. Over to you, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, sir.
जेवायची वेळ झालेली आहे आणि मोठा आयरणीचा मुद्दा घेतोय आपण. One of the very most important discussion topics of this conference, I would say. And I'm sure the people present here would be delighted to hear the answers, the solutions, the opportunities from the delegates which are here representing various government bodies. Thank you, MEDC, for this wonderful idea of having this conference for MSMEs. I wouldn't like to dwell much upon the MEDC's role as well as the MSME's role in national economy. But you must have heard in the morning inaugural session as well as the skill development panel discussions that it is all possible to make that idea to product when the finance is there. Paisa leke aao. When you have money in hand, it can all be done. When there's no money in hand, I'm sorry to say, but all the facets of promoting MSME will only remain a jargon, whether it's skill development, incubation, principles, whatever you call it. So the most important idea, which I'm sure will resonate with all small-scale entrepreneurs today in Maharashtra, in India, that they must have access to finance. Now, when I say access to finance, do I mean loans? Do I mean debt money? Do I mean the equity investors' money out of their pocket? No. Though the hard fact is, yes, in a sense they needed money, but how the money is given, how does it come in their hands to run their businesses is very important. I myself have been a small-scale industry owner 20 years back, of course stopped due to the recession those days. But now I realize that how important the money was that time, and even now, 20 years landscape, the problem has remained same. That is why we have the esteemed panelists here today. They will do some presentations as well as discussions, extempore talks. But feel free to ask the questions. As I said, there's already lunchtime, but we can still take some time to dwell upon these issues. The base of the entire discussion is access to finance, availability of money, and how that money would reach to each one of you, whether he has a startup idea, he has established business idea, he wants to own a MSME, he wants to start a small industry sector company. So all that depends upon the access to finance that you have. We have very eminent panelists today. I would like to call upon the first speaker of the session. I won't spend much time in introduction because you would know from their speech as to where they're coming from. Simple idea is that they are the position holders, they are the decision makers of the government bodies which are working into the space of making the finance accessible. Dr. Rajendra Nirmakar, IAS, Managing Director, Maharashtra Small Scale Industries Development. Sir, I would like to welcome you to say, speak your mind out, give them the opportunities which will make them, availability of finance. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, working. Okay, good afternoon and welcome all on behalf of MEDC. I am Rajendra Nimbalkar, Managing Director, Maharashtra Small Scale Industries Development Corporation, which is a nodal agency for implementing MSME programs and promotion of MSME in our state, has been the responsibility of our department or our office. Let me first admit it frankly that I am not from the core financial sector which provides finance to MSME, but overall we facilitate all the important issues which are related to the MSMEs. It may be access to space, access to credit, or their capacity building, their marketing and all. And this has happened recently on aggressive or intensive manner because of the Government of India's RAM program. You all perhaps might be aware of it. It is raising and accelerating MSME's performance. This program is launched by Government of India 3 years before with the aid of World Bank. So the importance of MSMEs need not be emphasized. The whole in the introductory your sessions it must have been covered. So MSME in short is the backbone of our Indian economy. I would not point out all the relevant figures, how much they contribute for the GDP and employment and export and all that. So here under RAM program as a nodal agency of the state government, so we are looking after the various issues as I said. So as far as financial opportunities is concerned, here we have prepared a strategic investment plan for our state which was of, in financial terms about 700 plus crore worth that project, which was sanctioned by Government of India. However, we got the funds of around 212 crores, which would be spread over for next 3 years. As against 700, we received 212 crores. But our state received the highest funds under this RAM program out of any other states of our country. Followed by our state, the UP state received 165. So that much gap also is there. So we are very proud to have received the approval to our strategic investment plan, and Government of India has approved various programs which we had proposed. The basic financial need of any MSME is to get the credit in time at affordable rate and in a very hassle-free environment. So that is what is the requirement of MSME. And Government of India has provided various schemes, particularly CGT MSE, then Prime Minister Mudra Yojana, then Swayam Nirbhar scheme for Atmanirbhar scheme for SC, ST and women entrepreneurs. So under which various subsidies and time-bound disbursement has been ensured. We under this RAM program, we are doing the capacity building and sensitization of the MSMEs, because one of the reason for financial hurdles is the lack of knowledge and information of various schemes as well as various access points where from they would get the finance for their entrepreneurships. So here we are having a capacity building program under various 9 components, out of which 6 are directly related with the financial opportunities. So we are having a capacity building for their financial literacy, how to make digital loan applications, then how to get awareness of GEM portal so that they can participate into that, though not directly financial opportunity as such, but marketing opportunity, then credit input processes. So these are all capacity building programs we are conducting with the help of various our expert partners. So expert partners are all some associations, some government departments. Yesterday we had a MOU signed with CII in Pune, then NISBAD, then there is MCED and Aurangabad. So there are about 30 partners which have been engaged, and we are planning to have about 100 partnerships in next 6 months of time, so that these capacity building programs can be conducted across the state throughout the RAM period, which is now balanced for next 3 years. And in that we will provide the various information of financial literacy, how loan applications can be made, and what are the issues, and how they can be tackled. This is one part of the RAM program, capacity building, directly related. I will not speak about anything else than the financial opportunities. As I said, RAM program is consisting of more than 212 crores, and I am very happy and proud to say that we are not stopping just at the funds of the government of India. The state government is providing matching grants to this. So 212.5 crores will also be provided by the state government. So in all the package for this MSME promotion for next 3 years, it would be 425 crores. It is really very big funding that would be made available. Under this MSME's promotion, we are also considered for providing them the space for marketing them. So we are exploring a PPP model under which on pilot basis a place in Pune or Pimpri-Chinchwad in their corporation limits, a shopping space will be provided wherein they can be provided to the MSMEs on rotation basis, on 3 months rotation. So, and they can showcase their products, and at the back end after 3 years new MSMEs can be given the opportunity. At the back end we will provide them the online marketing. So 3 months time they will showcase, they will gather or propagate their clients or the buyers, and after that online marketing will take care of their sustainable marketing. So this is the another innovative concept that we have provided in this particular this. Secondly, directly related with the financial and other issues is we are creating the BFCs, that is Business Facilitation Centers, in 12 of our state district headquarters. And these 12 district headquarters will be 6 regional headquarters, as you know, Pune, Mumbai, Nagpur, Aurangabad, Amravati, Nashik. In addition to that, 6 would be where MSME's presence is very high. So 12 districts will be having business facilitation centers consisting of team of 5 experts. There will be expert on finance, then credit, and then marketing and related their issues. And they will be guiding the concerned MSMEs, maybe the existing MSMEs or aspiring MSMEs, because before financial needs, there has to be some conception of an idea, which business somebody is more interested or would be more interested from his point of view, considering his overall aptitude and all. So that guidance at present is not available. So these BFCs will tackle that. In addition to this BFC of 5 experts, there will be 1 mentor in each district. So 12 BFCs of 5 members experts, as well as 1 single person who would be like OPD. In OPD, a doctor with small ailments, he handles it, and if there is a bigger issue, then he refers to the experts. So similarly, these 36 mentors, they will be guiding the aspiring or existing MSMEs relating to their all issues, financial and others. And for something very of a bigger nature, they will refer it to these 12 BSc. So this kind of a setup is being planned, which will come into existence very soon. We have floated RFPs for that, and it is being scrutinized. So this is the another sphere where we are actually directly focusing on MSMEs, financial and other issues. In addition, we are collaborating with some other experts in arranging the reverse buyer-sellers meet, in which we'll be promoting their exports by calling the foreign buyers and making B2B kind of conferences with them and giving the opportunity for their export promotion. So this may be not related to credit, but more related to marketing and then subsequently related to their financial opportunity. Yes, that is there. So this is the another area where we are functioning, reverse buyer-sellers meet. Then we are also having AVDP, that is Anchor Vendor Development Program. Yesterday, Dicky had arranged an AVDP in which 3 government agencies buyers, they were there, as well as some private buyers, big companies like Tata Motors, they were present, and all interested suppliers, they were there. So we had a one-to-one conference yesterday in Pune. So similar such AVDP programs are being will be conducted in next 3 years. That will give them the opportunity for their business growth and more financial prospectus. This way, overall, though we are not directly providing any financial assistance as such, but anything related to that, we will be helping the concerned MSMEs to facilitate their work, to facilitate their process applications, so that any hindrances there will take care as a authoritative nodal agency on behalf of the concerned MSMEs. So I think I have been given 5-10 minutes. So whatever that remains in question answer, we can cover. And surely I am very happy that such a large gathering is there, and so much interest you have shown in this today's gathering. And I have hope when you go back, most of your issues you would be, at least theoretically, would be resolved. And I am here, I appeal to all. Very soon we will be developing our comprehensive and very updated portal and a website, wherein we will provide the calendar and various opportunities that would be available to the MSMEs. So do take benefit of all these various interventions that we have planned, and I wish you all the best. And I thank also the organizers.
Absolutely great, sir. Thank you very much. And this is what the conference meant, as to you rightly pointed about access points and lack of knowledge. I'm sure today, with your small introduction, which again remains to be explored by the participants, this will go miles in them knowing about the availability of finance, access to finance, and most importantly, as to what a business facility center does in order to, not only provide them finance, but augment their business or the marketing and other aspects of business development. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you again. Our next speaker now is Mr. Sudhil Kunjare. He's Assistant Director, Grade 1 at MSME DFO, Government of India. He will also enlighten us on the various aspects and what are the various schemes the DFO offers as to, to the small scale industry as well as medium and micro industries in order to facilitate their business. Sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Shri Nimbarkar sir, Managing Director of the MSSIDC, Captain Karanjikar sir, Manoj Kumar Singh sir, and other dignitaries, and all dear my friends. I welcome all of you. I am Sunil Kujanare, Assistant Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Government of India, Mumbai. Friends, you are well aware about this MSME Development and Facilitation Office. It's an organization which are dedicated for the development and promotion of all MSMEs throughout India. It comes under the Ministry of MSME. Our headquarters is located at Delhi, and Ministry of MSME Development Commissioner MSME, they are formulating the policies for the development and promotion of the MSMEs throughout India. Our office, our jurisdiction is the entire 25 districts of the Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, there are 3 offices located. One is at Mumbai, another is at Nagpur and Aurangabad. Aurangabad branch comes under the our Mumbai office. Nagpur office is headed by the director and Mumbai office is also headed by the director. We are basically implementing the various policies which has been designed for the development of the MSMEs. We are not directly financing to the MSME, but certain schemes, they are like other nationalized banks and other financial institutions, they are financing to the MSME, but the policies have been designed by the Ministry of MSME. We have got several policies in the credit facilities. The first one is the CGT-MSE. The CGT-MSE Credit Guarantee Trust Fund for MSMEs. It has been designed for the benefits of the MSME. Earlier the limit was 2 crore, now the limit has been enhanced to 5 crore. All the nationalized bank, SIDBI, they are financing to the MSMEs under CGT-MSE schemes, which is free collateral security. Most of the MSMEs are get benefit under the CGT-MSE scheme. Second one is the CLCSS scheme, Credit Linked Capital Subsidy Scheme. Under CLCSS schemes, any MSMEs, those who wanted to expand their business or diversify the business, and they wanted to purchase any kind of the machinery. So for purchasing or procurement of this machinery, we are giving the subsidy at the rate of 25% of the total cost of this procurement of the machinery. The nodal agency is the SIDBI. The moment you apply for the loan to any of the bank, it is the responsibility of the banks to submit the online applications to our department for seeking subsidy in the name of entrepreneurs. So this scheme is also running. Certain schemes have been designed for the setting up of new units by the new entrepreneurs. Like PMEGP scheme, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. State government has also designed the CMEGP schemes. In both the schemes, the Government of India and Government of Maharashtra is giving the finance up to 50 lakhs rupees for setting up of micro enterprises. In addition to that, Mudra scheme is also running. So these schemes are being operated by the various agencies for the benefits of the MSME. In addition to this MSME DFO, other sister organizations like NSIC and other departments are also working for the development and promotion of these MSMEs. In addition to that, the MSME Development Institute is running flagship scheme that is called as a cluster development scheme. Since 2007, our MSc CDP scheme has been introduced, and for the group of industries, those industries in the similar sector, they wanted to form the common facility center, they can avail these facilities at the rate of 30 crore rupees for setting up a common facility center for the group of industries. So many clusters, CFCs have been formed in Maharashtra, in Mumbai and Pune and Nagpur region, and lot of MSMEs have got benefited out of this cluster development scheme. Earlier the limit for this credit facilities was up to 15 crore, now it has been announced to 30 crore. Certain contribution will be given by this group of industries. In certain schemes, we are also giving the subsidies for the MSMEs. Under the IPR scheme, Intellectual Property Rights schemes, we are giving the subsidy to those MSMEs who has received this patent, trademark or G indications. So those MSME has received this international or national patent, they can also eligible to get this subsidy at the rate of 1 lakh rupees for national patent, and for international patent 5 lakhs rupees from our office. They have to apply through online procedures on my MSME portals, and they can submit their applications. We are also giving the reimbursement for the bar coding also at the rate of 50,000 rupees per unit. So likewise, we are giving the reimbursement under the IPR scheme. We are also giving grants under the business incubation scheme. Those technical institutions have received this business incubator status. We are giving the grant of 1 crore rupees as a host institutions to those colleges. Their role is to invite the ideas from various entrepreneurs, mentors or professors. They will receive the ideas and they will nurture their ideas into their colleges. So for nurturing the ideas, we are giving the grant of 15 lakhs rupees per idea, and for colleges 1 crore rupees grant we are giving under the business incubator scheme. We are also giving the subsidy for the JED certification. This scheme was recently launched, and number of MSMEs has received the JED certification category under bronze, silver and gold category. they are also receiving the subsidy from the MSME department. Under Spurti Cluster Development Scheme also, we are giving the grant of 5 crore rupees for setting up a common facility center for the artisan group of industries. Number of proposals have been received by the ministry and MSME DFO and nodal agencies like KVIC and other department. They are recommending their proposal to the ministry and they are receiving the grants for the development and promotion of the artisans level. We are also working for the export promotion activity. We have got one export facilitation sale. Since last 4 years back, so we have constituted that sale and we are rendering the services for the export promotion. In addition to this MSME DFO, other organizations like Export Promotion Councils, District Industry Centers, Federation of Indian Export Organization FIO, all Export Promotion Councils, DGFT, all organizations are working for the MSME benefits and we are regularly organizing the various seminars and workshops for the benefit of the MSME. For that only, one more scheme has been recently launched by the Government of India, that is called it as a capacity building for the first time exporter. Those exporters are new, so they can avail the subsidy of up to 1 lakh rupees in terms of export insurance, testing charges and reimbursement of the RCMC charges. But the power has been delegated to the all export agencies, export promotion agencies. Any exporters who wanted to receive this subsidy, they can submit their application sector-wise to all export promotion councils and they will process their application and they will submit it to the Government of India Ministry of MSME for the reimbursement of the subsidy. In addition to that, one more policy which is being implemented since so many years, that is public procurement policy. Under the public procurement policy, there is a reservation of up to 25% to all micro and small enterprises. There is a reservation of 365 products exclusively reserved for the micro and small enterprises. If that product are manufacturing, they can supply their goods and services to all government organizations or any of the PSUs. They will get the reservation up to 25% for the marketing purpose. Out of this 25%, 3% will be reserved for these women, exclusively women category and 4% for the SC/ST category. Most of the MSMEs are getting benefits for getting orders from the all PSUs like Indian Oil, HPCL, BPCL, Mazgaon Dock Limited and government department also. And for that, for the promotion of this PP policy, we are regularly organizing the vendor development program, buyer-seller meet, so that all these MSMEs who are into the manufacturing sectors and the PSUs, they can interact with each other, they can provide their list of services, goods and services and the quantum of the business, so that most of the people will participate under the public procurement policy. In addition to that, we are having Udyam registration portals. Most of the MSMEs have been registered under the Udyam registration portals. Champion portal is also developed. If any MSMEs, they are facing any difficulties to get these assistance from any of the government organization, they can submit their grievances under the Champion portal. Within 3 days, we dispose of these grievances and we write a letter to the concerned authorities. So any MSMEs, if they are facing difficulties for the Udyam registration or Champion portals or any other issues related to the MSME, we are providing the hand-holding supports to them. In addition to that, we are also working for the development and promotion of the prospective entrepreneurs. Those prospective entrepreneurs who wanted to set up the micro industries or they wanted to set up any kind of the business in service or manufacturing sector, we are providing the hand-holding support. We are also implementing the various skill development program like entrepreneurship skill development program, management development programs and seminars and workshops for the prospective entrepreneurs only. So, number of schemes are open from the MSME department. We are also alliance with this DICs, State Government Department, MSIDC, NSIC and other department. Jointly we are working for the benefit of the MSMEs. So if you people are facing any kind of the supports or difficulties, you may contact to our office. Our office is located at Andheri, Sakinaka, Mumbai. Thank you, friend. Thank you, sir.
Sunil ji, thank you very much. It was really, I hope people have made notes. I would request MEDC to make a list of all these schemes and circulate among the new entrepreneurs. I mean, this kind of 5 minutes or 10 minutes talk is very less in order to understand and get a grasp of money which is lying there. I mean, the way he was talking about numbers, I was looking at my pockets. But nothing was there anyway. So,
to train through this capacity building and other programs, minimum 3 lakh MSMEs in next 3 years. Each year 1 lakh MSMEs will be directly one-to-one, will be having sessions, 1-day program, and will be training them.
fantastic, sir, fantastic. Thanks for the inputs. And I'm sure, you know, I mean, 1 trillion economy dream of Maharashtra government won't be too far if all this money comes on table of entrepreneur and gets converted into the, you know, products of their ideas. Anyway, thank you very much. We have a next speaker. Finally, we have a banker, you know, who really shits out money. That day when I was talking to Nimbalkar Saab on phone and regarding the program, he was telling me, banker kahan hai? Koi bank wala leke aao. So finally we have Kailash Kumar Varodia. He has enough experience under his arms to guide you through the entire process of, you know, financing, where the funds are lying with the even non-banking finance corporations. So I won't take much time introducing him because his speech would be of more importance than introduction. Let's have the test of the pudding.
Yeah, so namaskar everyone. I think we are between the people and the lunch, and it's really difficult time before lunch and after lunch, to be very honest. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think before I begin, I think everyone knows Flipkart and Amazon, correct? Yeah, we are using it. So what is that? Flipkart and Amazon is basically a marketplace, correct? Marketplace to buy and sales, correct? So everyone is aware about it. Now, when we talk about MSMEs, there are various numbers, you know, 4.9 crore MSMEs in India, giving a 21 crore jobs. But I just take 2 words from Nimbalkar sir speech. Access of fund and the affordable pricing, correct? So the MSME biggest challenge is that the access of fund. And when it's funds, after putting all collateral, the rates what they're getting the funds, whether they are really getting the funds easily or not. Now MSME who supplies to a large corporate, and the large corporate is basically a buyer market, he's going to get the funds after 50 days, 60 days, sometimes it's up to 180 days also. Now he's using his own funds, either depending upon the banks, and banks rates might be at 12%, 13%, and he's putting all his collateral. So I'm going to discuss about marketplace, like buying, selling, and the financing, correct? So RXIL, Receivable Exchange of India, is a marketplace for invoice financing for the MSME suppliers. This platform is specifically designed for the MSME receivable financing, and it's an initiative of RBI and Government of India. So when MSME finance is concerned, there is always be a supplier side, the buyer side, and the financer side, correct? So when Captain Gajanan said, as a banker, so I'll take, yes, I am a banker, but being in RXIL, I'm a pool of bankers, correct? Because today we have 68 financiers on our platform, who are ready to finance based on the strength of the buyer. So I'll give a simple example. I think that will be more relevant. So take example, a buyer is, say, Maharashtra Natural Gas Limited, big buyer, double-A-rated buyer. And let's example, Kailash and Company is supplying to Maharashtra Natural Gas. Terms with Maharashtra Natural Gas is, say, 45 days. And I'm supplying at the terms of, say, 45 days from my goods accepted by Maharashtra Natural Gas, correct? So I supply the goods. I supplied goods worth of, say, 1 crore. And I supply today. They will certify it. And after certification, 45 days, they will make the payment to me. And I have depend upon them, okay, now today is 23rd. I'm going to get my money by, say, 30th of September. I have to make the payment salary. I have to make the payment to my suppliers, might be micro, correct? I have to make the payment for my rent, electricity bill. No one is going to wait for that, correct? So I require the funds for that. Now today I'm going to, in a traditional way, if I'm going to bank, they will do assessment on me, my collateral. The rates are at 12%, 13%. They might give me a 25 lakh or 50 lakhs, correct? But I had supplied 1 crore. I'm going to get payment after 45 days. So what trades is all about is trades receivable discounting system, where the mandate or the object of this system is to help the MSME with respect to that liquidity issue at a very competitive price, very digital, transparent. So what I'll do, if I register on a trades platform, and if Maharashtra Natural Gas is also registered on trades platform, what I'll do, simple, I'll put my invoice on the platform. Once I supply the material to Maharashtra Natural Gas, and they had accepted my material, I simply put my invoices on platform. Now the buyer will just accept that invoices because he has received the material, correct? He is supposed to make the payment on 30th of September. He accepts the invoice. Now the accepted invoice is now available for financing, which is an auction-based model. So why I'm saying auction-based model, because there are, say, 60 financiers who are ready to take a call or a trade exposure on Maharashtra Natural Gas, not on me. They'll get double rated, backed by Maharashtra government, no issues. They will put their interest rate for financing on the platform, completely digital. Someone will quote 9%, someone will quote 8.5, someone will quote 8.25, someone will quote 8%, someone will quote 7.5. Think where I'm putting my all collateral and getting the finance from the bank at 12 or 13%. Now the financiers are not looking at to me, looking at to my receivables, my buyers, and finance gets 7.5%, almost saving of 40 to 45%. And that is also, I'm not knocking the door of any of the financiers. The financiers are available, seeing the buyer, they will be financing. What happens? 7.5 rate, very good rate, I'll accept it. Next day, automatically through NPCI, my payment will come into my account. As a trade exchange, we have a settlement piece also. That means what we'll do, so let's example, SBI is the banker. As a trades platform, we'll debit SBI and give it to the buyer. And on due date, we'll debit Maharashtra Natural Gas and give it to the financer. If that is a default, if Maharashtra Natural Gas is not making the payment on time, it's between the financer and the buyer. So no one is going to catch hold of me. They are not seeing my balance sheet, they are seeing the buyer balance sheet. So this is one of the biggest revolution in the banking industry as far as the MSME sector is concerned, because I'm there in the MSME industry from last 20 years. But this is a revolution. I'm there with the exchange from last 7 years. And every year we are seeing that we are growing 100%. Correct? COVID, we had grown by 180%, and that is where they actually taught us what is the importance of digital, what is the importance of technology. Correct? Everything is technology based. Even the registration on our portal is completely digital. By putting your GST number, PAN number, everything comes digital. Correct? So the whole intention, the whole idea of the platform is to make the access of the market, the price discovery, completely digital, paperless. What is the benefit for the MSME? All these are the benefit, and without recourse, competitive pricing, you are not following with any of the financer, everything is based on the buyer strength. This is all benefit for the buyers. So trades, now another point I'll take from Nimbalkar's speech, awareness. The awareness is not there in the market yet. Even today we are doing 6,000 crore of financing every month. Last year we had done 46,000 crore of financing. This year we are targeting 90,000 crore of financing. But still we said we are not even 2% of what is the opportunity available in the MSME sector. There's a gap of 15 lakh crore in the MSME sector. So trades is one of the initiative of the government to help the MSME. I hope, I'm clear with respect to what kind of, the trades is the benefit for the MSME sector. I'm here till another 2 or 3 sessions. If you have any query, please reach out to me. And if you want to write something to us, you can come on rxil.in, or you can write to us on support@rxil.in for further inquiries or details. With this, in the interest of time, I'll stop. I thanks MEDC team for giving us the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely. I mean, we wouldn't have known a 50 lakh crore gap in financing opportunity today had we not had this session. I mean, thank you very much, Varadiya Saab. No wonder you've been awarded as CFO of India. Top 100 CFOs? Yeah. So one round of applause for him. the clarity of thoughts and passion to deliver it, what makes him with loads of years of experience. Thank you very much, sir, and I'm very happy of your gesture of answering the queries for next two sessions for all the entrepreneurs in case they have. We have very interesting talks next, straight from the Bombay Stock Exchange. I would welcome Ms. Radha Kirthivasan to give us a little grasp onto the functioning, of course, with respect to MSMEs. And also more than that, what regulators are looking at while financing the MSMEs. Ma'am, over to you.
I'll just make a brief presentation. Is this fine? Yeah. So it's a great honor to be invited as a speaker in this conference. And in this Sydenham College, which has, I've told that it has a legacy of 115 years. And I would like to represent BSc, which has a legacy of 150 years. We are in the 150th year now. And 2024 is our 150th year. So, to speak about SMEs, I would like to say that we are not financiers. We are just a platform wherein we can actually provide companies a listing base where they can raise funds and get listed. So the small and medium businesses, BSc understood the importance of SME sector and it launched the platform in 2012 with one company in 2012, and now we are at 517 companies. In this 2024, in 12 years, there are over 517 companies that has been listed with a market cap of over 168 lakh crores and funds raised of over 7,000 crores in this SME platform of the BSc. See, SMEs, I can say, it's a heart of the body. They supply, as an industry, they are MSMEs and SMEs are a heart. They supply to all and each and every bigger industries. And as the heart supplies blood, the SME supplies all the important functions and all the important products to many of the big industries. What are the challenges faced by the SMEs? Basically what we see when many of the SMEs come to us for listings, there is no one size that fits all. There is no one solution that can come. So each of the SMEs we have seen has a separate problems and a different solution for this. And there is no information system that can be given to them. There are no corporate governance systems that can be there. And apart from all of that, there's a lack of capital for their growth. So these are the important challenges that an SME face. Also, there are some myths when they say why should we be listed? We cannot be listed because there are some myths. They say there is too much of compliance levels, there is regulatory intervention, and there are market intervention price mismatches. Now, there are some advantages of SME listings. What the exchange has, this platform of SME platform, what it does, they have given some exemptions for SME listings, like there are no listing compliances, there are exemptions, the quarterly filings are not there, and only annual reports are to be, annually it has to be filed, the reports are not to be published. So these are the exemptions given. Then, as they are listed on the exchange, the information that has been given that gives a clarity to the investors and helps benchmarking the value of then. Listed companies on the SME enjoy similar benefits at a lower cost, at a minimal cost of listing than which the companies which are listed on the main board section. What is the value proposition? Why should you be listed on the SMEs? See, the SMEs, when they are listed on the exchanges, there are financing opportunities. Once you are listed, you can again go for a further listing. You can issue a preferential allotment, and there are immense opportunities for raising more funds because there is a value proposition to the investors. It lowers the cost of burden because equity comes in. It expands your investor base. You may, prior to the listing, you may have some few, maybe 10, 20 investors. But once you're listed, we have seen the base has expanded to over 1,000 investors also. It expands the company's visibility. You get an exit option. You're not bundled down with, oh, I am invested, how do I get liquidity for my shares? There is always a market available. You get an exit option for the investments that you have done. Then there are various employee option schemes that can be given and incentive for the employees because these shares are listed and they also have exit options. So and then what you have, once you are listed, you have two options. You have capital that can be raised by equity and debt also. So these are some of the eligibility criteria which the BSE has. I wouldn't go in details or just highlighting some things. The post-issue listed capital cannot be more than 25 crores. That is a major thing. Then there should be a net worth of 1 crore for at least 2 years, and there should be a track record of 3 years. The EBITDA should be positive for 2 out of 3 years. Then there is a market maker involved. Look, there is to understand that to give the confidence to the investors that liquidity is always be there. So as long as the companies are listed on the SME, there is a compulsory market making. That market maker has to every day give quotes of buy and sell for the 75% of the time which the market is open. So this gives a liquidity to the investors. Then there is a possibility of migration also. So what companies do? Companies come to the SME, they list on the SMEs, they get an idea of what the corporate governance is, what the listing formalities are, and they get used to it, and now they want to migrate on the main board. So every company who has completed 3 years of track record on the SME and has a capital of over 10 crores can go in for a migration on the main board and get direct listing on the main board. There are some criteria that they have to have an AGM and all, but that's just a general criteria. This is how I said the SME platform has grown from one listed company in 2012 and to 517 companies, and we are not closing. So we have already over 250 companies that are coming in this year, and this financial year itself there are 100 companies listed on SME, and there are 250, and I'm sure this is going to grow. So as I said, the total market capitalization is 175 lakh crores with a funds raised of 7,000 crores. And there are some companies, which I said, when migrations, out of the 517 companies, 185 companies have already been migrated on the main board. So they've gone to the main board.
Can I ask in between?
Yeah, sure.
So what is the difference between the market capitalization and fund raised?
See, market capitalization is, fund raised is how much they have raised through the equity. And market capitalization, what I saw is, where is the price moved? Though they have raised 7,000 crores only, but the price movement is so much that the market capitalization of all the companies put together is 175 lakh crores. Yes, sir. When I go to the demographic distribution, out of the 517 companies, Maharashtra shares 30% of its shares at 167 companies. And we need more and more companies to come to us and get listed on the exchange. So these are just key performances of, sir, this would be of interest to you. These are just key performance. So if I see, just take the example of Aditya Vision, which was listed in 2016. At the time of listing, the market cap was 23.40 crores. The current market cap is 6,141 crores. So look at how it has grown. So this is what we can get the benefits of listing. So that's it for me. And if you have anything, we are always available. We have a team. We are at the stock exchange, so you can always visit us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And really enlightening one. I'm sure it will open a new pathway to the
NSIC facilitates micro, small and medium enterprises through set of specially tailor-made scheme to enhance their competitiveness. NSIC provide integrated support services under marketing, technology, finance and other support services. In marketing, I will do briefly because this is related to the finance. I shall briefly explain. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello, anyway. Yeah, no issue. Under Ministry of MSME, as Mr. Sunil has mentioned that there are 4 organizations who are basically working for the Ministry of MSME, that is MEDC-MSME, MSME DFO is working under Ministry of MSME, NSIC. NSIC is the sole public sector enterprises under Ministry of MSME. Then KBIC is another agency who working. PMEGP is very popular and flagship scheme for the where we provide the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, 50 lakh for the manufacturing and 20 lakh for the enterprises, and COIR board. Then NSIC, as I told, the integrated support to the MSME, marketing, credit, technology and other support services. Under marketing scheme, raw material distribution, NSIC signed MOU with the various raw material supplier like SAIL, RNL, NALCO, BALCO, Hindalco and so many private as well as government bulk producer, so that MSME can get the raw material at competitive rate. and they can focus on their on quality of the product at competitive prices. Registration for government purchases, NSIC enlists NSIC enlists micro and small enterprises under this scheme of SPRS single point registration schemes. If unit registered under the single point registration schemes, they get benefit of the tender set free of cost, EMD exemption, then price preference, and under unit who are registered with under single point registration scheme, NSIC also facilitates them in participating tender also. Under consortia and tender marketing scheme, small enterprises in their individual capacity face problem to procure the orders from the large orders. So NSIC makes a consortia of the same or similar product, then grab the order from the PSUs and distribute them based on their capacity. MSME is having a digital platform also, because information is one of the most important part nowadays. MSME Global Mart, where MSME can take the create their own page with few minutes, display of their product and services, connect with buyer and supplier globally, interaction with the information regarding events and exhibition, key-based unlimited tender alerts, franchisee and distribution network. These are the few requests for quotation, trade leads, platform to buy, sell, use machinery, service available for multiple language. And this B2B platform for SCS enterprises, 80% subsidy is there. For micro enterprises, 75% subsidy is there. And for 1 year subscription, 6,000 out of 75% subsidy from the Ministry of MSME is there. Under marketing intelligence, we provide the information about the various information required by the micro and small enterprises. Exhibition and technology fairs, we facilitate MSMEs in participation domestic as well as some selected international exhibition. We do some buyer-seller meets and various programs to disseminate various type of information in credit support, because today's program is focusing on the finance related. So NSIC directly financing for the raw material procurement, that is under NSIC raw material assistance scheme, and helping the MSME for financing purchase of the raw material, individuals as well as imported. Financial assistance is provided up to 180 days. MSME help to avail economic purchase like bulk purchases. I have told we have tied with the various bulk supplier including SAIL, RNL, NALCO, Sri Cements and a lot many, so that they can get at competitive rate. Then financing for marketing activities in terms of the bill discounting for the purchaser as well as buyer. Credit facilitation through BIAC NSIC to meet the credit requirement of MSME unit. NSIC has entered into memorandum of understanding with almost all the nationalized bank as well as some private bank. We handhold the MSMEs unit for getting their loan sanction, and even if we support them to get the particularly we basically give this at least 3 banks to requirement of MSME based on because we have idea regarding which bank consider which type of proposals. So we facilitate completely MSMEs in terms of getting the loans, and last year also we have facilitated around more than 6,000 crore all over India. So silent features of the bank credit facilitation scheme is facilities to the MSME having integrated mix of the various public sector as well as private sector. Private sector banks which include ICICI, HDFC, Kotak Mahindra, and so on and so forth. Almost all leading private sector bank we have included. Then provide an option to MSME to apply new bank. Then helps in MSME completing their document, facilitate larger number of MSME who are desirous to availing the credit, to provide handholding support, and all. The NSIC Venture Capital Fund, which is basically one of the new fund is come. NSIC Venture Capital Fund Limited is wholly owned subsidiary of NSIC, that is a Government of India enterprise under Ministry of MSA. This is an ministry initiative to create an alternative investment fund, namely Self-Reliant India Fund, that SRI fund, providing growth capital to micro, small and medium enterprises through equity, quasi-equity or equity structure instrument. This will this will facilitate them to move toward listing the stock exchange and in becoming national and international level, growing beyond the market of MSME. So the AIF is incurred NSIC Venture Capital Fund. The SRI fund will have a mother fund of 10,000 crore, 40,000 crore daughter fund. Total 50,000 crore fund is there. So till date, last 2 years, we have impaneled 55 daughter fund and 999 crore investment from Sri fund and 8,578 crore by daughter fund in MSME units, and 460 MSMEs is being supported. Then we have technology support, we have various NTSs where we provide trainings as well as motivate the entrepreneur to become the entrepreneur. Then Chennai we have leather and footwear, Howrah we have general engineering, Hyderabad we have electronic and appliances, New Delhi we have machine tools and related activity audit and energy conservation, Rajpura we have domestic electric appliances, Aligarh law cluster and tool, and Nikma we have machine tool and related activities. Then we have software technology pass across the India where we provide the space for to the MSMEs and software technology. So these are the, we are running short of time. I shall not take much more time. And one more thing, Honorable Prime Minister of India has inaugurated in 2016 SCST hub in NSIC, and we are providing especially various subsidies for the SCST enterprises, which includes capacity building, for reimbursement of the various processing fee, training programs and all these. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I mean, of all the finance talks, this is the only finance talk I have not slept myself, because the hunger keeps you awake. And lunch is coming. And the hunger, I believe, with this session now, has transformed into money. Money for the MSMEs. So I'm sure you will make use of those presentations and the schemes which are declared or made you all aware of by the dignitaries on the dais here. I'm sure that you would immensely benefit with this kind of things. Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent presentation with the integrated approach and what NSIC can do.
Sir, one more announcement I just would like to make. So I just want to make one, it's a honor for MEDC that around 22 ministries, associations, industries and institutions have supported our this conference, MEDC-MSME conference. All logos are displayed over here. Of course, Maharashtra Small Scale Industries Corporation, Dr. Rajendra Nimbalkar, sir also supported this event and shared this logo with us. Bombay Stock Exchange sponsored our conference, and thank you for the same, ma'am. Also would like to thank Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, MSME, Government of India, DFO, Mr. Milind sir, he is busy. So I would like to thank Sunil sir. Then Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, MIDC, Government of Maharashtra. Maharashtra State Innovation Society, MSINS, Government of Maharashtra. IS Miss Nidhi Chaudhary, she was the speaker in our first panel. Maharashtra State Small Scale Development Society, MSSDS, Government of Maharashtra. Nidhi Chaudhary, of course, she was the CEO for this ministry. Then we have National Small Industries Corporation, NSIC. They have also supported our conference. Thank you, sir. Commissionerate of Skill Development, Employment and Entrepreneurship, Government of Maharashtra. Again, Commissioner Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, IS, she was handling this department. Kaushalya Balyam, Government of Maharashtra. Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, SIDM, We had a keynote speaker, Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia. He was the keynote speaker in the inaugural session. I would like to thank him. Bombay Stock Exchange, Maharashtra State Skills University, Dr. Apurva Palkar, she was the keynote speaker in our inaugural session. Would like to thank her also. We have a Peacock Story, sponsor our event. It's a women entrepreneur, event partner, Union Bank, IDFC Bank, Dr. Homi Bhabha State University as a knowledge partner, and Sydenham College Commerce and Economics as a venue partner. I would like to thank both of them for this wonderful venue and all the arrangements. Industries Trade and Investment Facilitation, Maitri, they have also supported our event. Mr. Deependra Singh Kushwa, he was supposed to come as a guest of honor, but due to some urgent work, he couldn't make it. And also our Minister Shri Uday, Honorable Minister Shri Uday Samant, for him also it's not possible for him to, because they both were attending one meeting in Nashik. So they have sent regards to all of you. Emphatech is a e-commerce platform for MSMEs. They have sponsored this event. Media partner, Business Standard Print Media, and of course, media partner, we have NDTV Marathi. They have also supported us. They are taking interviews of our key people, and also spreading the word about this conference on news channel. And of course, today evening, they are going to give the press release in this evening news. Life Insurance Corporation, they have sponsored this event, and Directorate of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, they also supported our conference. Their small presentation will be there after lunch, because they have come up with new policy in the field of tourism sector, and they are going to give what are the opportunities for MSMEs who would like to start their own entrepreneurship and start up in a tourism sector. Lot of subsidies and incentives are available in tourism sector. So that will be organized after this lunch, and would like to thank you. All the dignitaries on the dais. Would like to thank you, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, and all of the dais. So now we are moving towards lunch. I hope those who are sitting here, sab log wapas dikhenge. I want same amount of people. So the lunch, you just go down, and to the left hand side, all delegates can have lunch, and all speakers and VIPs on the right hand side where VIP room is there. Lunch is arranged over there. We will meet around 12:45. We are running late. We are very sorry for that. Sorry, 2:45. And sorry for the inconvenience. We are running late half an hour. So we'll meet around 2:45. Thank you.
Okay. Any hoteliers? Resorts. Okay. Right. So, briefly, the need of this policy. So, if you can just go to the next slide. So, tourism sector post-COVID. Next slide after this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, tourism sector, if you see, post-COVID era has undergone multiple changes vis-a-vis, if you look at some of the state government policies. So, there has been drastic change, and then idea was to cover as many segments as possible. So, that's what, the new tourism policy by Government of Maharashtra, which was released in July 2024, aims at. So the policy, aims at gaining almost like 1 lakh crore of investment, private sector investment in next 10 years, plus creation of more than 18 direct as well as indirect jobs, more than kind of 2x tourist flow in the next 10 years, then attract international as well as domestic tourists, and then enhancing innovation through digital technologies. So Directorate of Tourism is planning to have a state-of-art, platform wherein all legs of the tourism industry, be it the hoteliers, the operators, the tourists, so they can be clubbed on a single platform wherein, they have a right access to the destinations, to the bookings, to the exploring, kind of building their itinerary. So this would be first of its kind of activity, which along with Ministry of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra is planning. Next slide. Yeah. So these are broadly, the 12 key highlights of this policy. So this policy, like I was saying, so it caters to almost 42 different sections of the tourism operators. And then there are performance-linked fiscal as well as non-fiscal incentives, which include incentives for capital investment, interest subvention, SGST reimbursement, etc. As long as ease of doing business goes, which is the major feature of this particular policy. So all the tourism-centric approvals will now be merged into a single window form and then will be linked with the Maitri single window dashboard of Government of Maharashtra. So then there would be tourism mitras to ensure safety and responsible tourism at identified location. So one of the key measure of this particular policy is in setting up market research and data analytics cell, which will kind of measure the effectiveness of this policy implementation, whatever kind of objectives we have seen in the earlier slide. We'll be measuring it on real-time basis. Upskilling human resources across the tourism value chain, developing special thrust sector. For example, there is a lot of emphasis been given on MMR, building MMR as a tourism hub, and then promoting niche tourisms like agro, caravan tourism, etc. Cruise tourism again is one of the important aspect wherein Maharashtra with almost 720 kilometers of long coastline. So there are quite a few interesting projects. So anyone from shipping kind of industry or dealing into cruise tourism, they would largely get benefited. Rural tourism promotion. So again, one of the major features. So Government of Maharashtra is launching the tourism awards, especially for rural tourism across the villages, and then the criteria is being laid down in such a way that they promote sustainable tourism. Then tourism basis, the artifacts been created, which will create a livelihood for the local artisans. Then all kind of talking about the institutional mechanism, there will be a high-powered committee, steering committee, and nodal implementation committee under Directorate of Tourism, which will be over, which will be looking at the entire implementation of this particular policy. Briefly, I'll just walk you through what exact kind of features are there, and then what type of incentives we would be kind of levying under this policy for respective areas. So agro-tourism, idea is to kind of deepen sense of competitiveness, preserve and promote heritage and culture, identify and honor villages, uplifting rural economy, and then share the best practices. If you look at the Swadesh Darshan scheme by Ministry of Tourism, they also have been emphasizing on getting most of the local artifacts or local culture to be promoted at the national level. So agro and rural units are eligible for capital investment up to 15%, and eligible capital investment or up to 15 crore of investment, whichever is lesser. Then as a part of tourism awards, from 25,000 to 10,000 to 10 crore for best tourist villages, best homestays and best agro tourism unit. And then financial assistance from 5 lakh to 10 lakhs for organizing fairs in rural areas. So these are some of the key features of this particular policy. Talking about cruise tourism, I was talking about the 720 kilometer of extensive coastline along the Arabian Sea with 2 major and 48 minor ports and 6 rivers. So what we are planning is one, inclusion of Sardar Sarovar portion of Maharashtra from Nandurbar to Statue of Unity in ongoing luxury river cruise tourism. Then budget river cruise and local ferry cruise for Vasishti river in Konkan area. River cruise tourism in Godavari, Narmada region. And then inland water bodies, for example, major and medium dams in Konkan, Nasik, Pune and Nagpur division to be developed as a major tourist attraction. Again, there are specific incentives for cruise boat, yachts, then houseboats eligible at their capital investment incentive or 15% of the eligible capital investment, whichever is lesser. And apart from that, they are also eligible for SGST reimbursement, interest subvention, electricity and stamp duty. Talking about MICE tourism, so many of you would have heard about this concept in recent past, and this is gaining prominence day by day. So near the Navi Mumbai airport, there would be a huge kind of MICE tourism hub, which will be developed in near future. And again, the units would be eligible for incentive up to 15%, along with SGST reimbursement, interest subvention and electricity duty. Each MICE operator bringing about 1,500 packs annually and with an annual turnover of 10 crore are also eligible for tax rebate and annual turnover. So tour packages with about 100% foreign national tourists will get about 50% subsidy. Then tour packages or destination other than metro will get 12%, and in metro and municipal corporation area about 12%. On top of it, Government of Maharashtra is also coming up with the MICE Tourism Bureau, which will be chaired by the Principal Secretary Tourism herself. For talking about fort tourism, I mean, this is one thing which government is really keen to develop, especially I mean, of the entire forts in India, 70% forts are in Maharashtra. So how forts can be developed as a potential tourist destination. Some of the major non-ASI forts which have been taken up are Jaigarh, Mahim, then Shirgaon, Kulaba, then Indori, Ajanta Sarai and Khanderi Fort, which will be under development. Again, over here, if there are any private sector investments, they are eligible for the investment, both fiscal as well as non-fiscal. Wellness tourism, someone just asking me, so near Panvel area, again, a substantial kind of land parcel has been identified to develop that particular zone as the wellness tourism hub and promote private sector kind of investments there. Adventure tourism, similar incentive structure for the same. Ecotourism, again same. Medical tourism, yeah, this is, so I met one of the doctor, yeah, this is something relevant for you. Each medical tourism operator bringing about 500 packs annually with an annual turnover of 20 lakh will be eligible for tax rebate up to 15% on annual turnover for tour packages in Maharashtra with 100% foreign national patients. So this is broadly that we have covered, and there's just one slide which talks about the zoning. If you read the Maharashtra tourism policy, which is there on the website as well as it's available on the Maha GR website. So this is the zoning pattern wherein it's the entire area has been classified under A, B, C zone, and then these are the fixed capital investment and minimum direct employment generation which is required. Please read this as capital investment and minimum direct employment generation because that is mandatory. So every mega project which is coming in Mumbai, Thane, Navi Mumbai limit with 300 crore fixed capital investment which generates minimum 400 employment will be eligible as a mega project, and same for category B, C. Ultra mega, again for the entire state, the fixed capital investment requirement is up to 500 crore and minimum direct employment generation should be about 800. These are the 42, the tourism categories which are covered and getting incentivized under this policy, right from accommodation, food and beverages, travel and tourism, entertainment, recreational, and other tourism units. So they all are getting covered in this particular policy. That's it from my side. Anything else? If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. So, starting with our next session, which will delve into the growing field of defense opportunities for MSMEs. The defense sector presents a vast array of opportunities for MSMEs, and today we'll explore how these businesses can tap into this market. Moderating this session, we have Shri Mandar Bharde, the MEDC State Committee Chairman for Aviation. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Mandar Bharde. He'll be joined by a panel of experts who bring a wealth of experience in this domain. Group Captain Ajay D. Purandare, Mr. Anil Kulkarni, Mr. Rajendra Chodankar, Mr. Arjun Kumar. Please help me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists for this engaging session. We'll now begin with the felicitation ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Madhav Bhagwat, MEDC State Committee Chairman, to felicitate Group Captain Ajay D. Purandare, Head of the Center for Futuristic Defense Studies. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would request Shri Mandar Bharde to please felicitate Captain Ajay D. Purandare. I would now like to invite Ms. Neeta Shah, MEDC Committee Member, to felicitate Mr. Anil Kulkarni, Vice President and Head of Supply Chain Management at L&T Precision Engineering and Systems. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would again request Shri Mandar Bharde to felicitate Mr. Rajendra Chodankar, Chairman and CEO of RRP S4E Innovation Private Limited. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite Shri Ashish Garde, Vice President MEDC, to felicitate Mr. Arjun Kumar, Additional Director, Scientist, Defense Research and Development Organization, Headquarters, Delhi. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Lastly, I would like to invite Ms. Sheetal Panchal, Director General MEDC, to felicitate Shri Mandar Bharde, the MEDC State Committee Chairman for Aviation. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. We are here done with the felicitation ceremony for this session. Over to you, Shri Mandar Bharde.
I welcome you all. Before going into the discussion, and I know everyone is eager to know more from the guests who are here, the speakers who are here, I just want to tell you one figure. If it's aviation, if it's a defense aviation, we are importing about 70 to 75% of equipments, spare parts, we are only importing. So I think that is the potential. Whosoever who are already here into manufacturing and other services, that is the potential everyone has, and we can think about it, where our government is insisting that we must be Atmanirbhar. And the second thing which we must understand, that government wants as early as possible. So I think it's a great challenge for all of us. So now I'm going to invite our first speaker, Group Captain Ajay Purandare. Group Captain Ajay Purandare is presently, he is Head of Center for Futuristic Defense Studies at NFSU. NFSU is an institution of national importance under MHA. Group Captain Ajay Purandare is retired from Air Force. He's a veteran, a graduate of the prestigious National Defense Academy. He got commissioned in Indian Air Force as a fighter pilot in December 91. In his 24 years of service, he has flown 9 types of aircraft, mainly MiG-21 Mirage 2000 aircraft and also helicopters. He is graduate from Tactics and Air Combat Development Establishment of Indian Air Force, and after his graduation from TACDE, he was posted as instructor at TACDE. He is a decorated officer, very well experienced, knows defense side, as well as now putting all his efforts to motivate MSMEs and innovators to create value for our defense system. So, sir, now it's to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, I want to thank MEDC for asking me to come here and speak to you. Secondly, greetings to all the dignitaries who are in the front rows and also my colleagues on the dais. As a disclaimer, the only disclaimer I have that I have been in defense forces. So I've been an operator, I have done evaluation trials, I have failed companies, I have passed companies, I have written RFI, RFPs when I've been in air headquarters. Also, I have incubated startups after retired. I have been a consultant to Bell, and now I am heading a center for defense studies at NFSU, that is National Forensic Science University, wherein we do defense projects. So we are like equivalent to IITs, and we do it very, very quietly. Within the times given to me, I will touch on 5 topics. First is what is the present landscape. Secondly, what are the opportunities for MSME, SMEs, etc. What is the outreach and accessibilities available to armed forces today to approach armed forces headquarters? How do you engage with defense PSUs? What are the challenges faced by startups? And lastly, what are the emerging technologies in areas where one can work? So firstly, coming to the landscape, actually aerospace and defense sector till I would say 2014 was like a labyrinth one could not understand in the civilian world. It was a sort of a tight grip of DRDO, HAL, etc. But then I think in 2014, there was a new leash of energy and vision which came in. And one of the first steps was revision of the defense acquisition procedures, that is 2020, and it allowed a lot of accessibility to small companies to approach headquarters, command headquarters, etc. So if you look from a business perspective, what is the client? The client is the Indian Armed Forces, the clients is HAL, Bharat Electronics, defense PSUs, etc. And also now a very fast increasing defense exports to countries, predominantly African countries, Maldives, Philippines, so on and so forth, right? So it is not just restricted only to the Indian market. So that changing landscape actually came from a policy driven directly from the PMO's office and then from the MOD, and I think it has done wonders, right? We heard the keynote speaker in the morning. The second part that I want to talk about is what are the opportunities available for startups? So the opportunity available to the startups are through, predominantly from Armed Forces headquarter perspective, is three categories of procurement or acquisition, that is make 1, make 2 and make 3. I will not get into the details of what are these categories of acquisition and procurement. However, what has become most successful is the IDEX, that is the DIO, Defense Innovation Organization, which is under DRDO, that is MOD, sorry, and IDEX, which is also working along with DIO. And this success story, actually it started in 2018, but if you see its path, it really picked up in 2020, and today you have the Aditi scheme under IDEX, which is funding up till 25 crore rupees to critical technologies. Of course, you have to put your skin in the game, that you put half of the money, and that is where the investor hubs and the investor environment comes into it. But it is extremely encouraging for small companies, technologically driven companies, who come forward, who identify the challenges which are posted on the website of IDEX, and other avenues which I am sure from DRDO would be covering on technology development fund and technical funds, etc., which are available. Even Bell and all this do R&D funds. And that is what, as young innovators, as MSMEs, as your awareness about these schemes and awareness about what are the opportunities which come on. Usually IDEX challenge come twice a year or thrice a year, and one must keep a watch on them. So while it is a part of financial planning that you see how much investment you get, and this is where I think when you look at a typical structure of a startup, it should have 4 kinds of people. One is the dreamer, who actually dreams about the product, has got the brains and the zeal to drive it. It should have a technical team and a marketing team to support it. It should have an investor who gets in the business angle and the white hair to the whole business part. And then it should have, in my opinion, at least 1 or 2 veterans in the companies to advise you or to take you along this path. Because sometimes I have seen startups not understanding the problem statement itself, try to jump into the projects very early, and then they face disappointment in the end. It is not that I have succeeded all the time. I have also failed in a lot of trials and projects. So, but these are stepping stones to success, right? Okay, from the challenges, I would also say what is the outreach available. It is not only restricted to IDEX challenges. You can write directly to air headquarters, to the concerned directorates. You can write directly to the indigenization cells. You can write to the base repair depots. You can write to army workshops. You can write to DRDO. You can write to Bell. And I'm it is very heartening to see that most of the 90% you get a response and a date for you to do a presentation. That means it is now easy to approach, easy to give your presentation, put your idea forward, and a lot of encouragement is received from the people in uniform. Engaging with defense PSUs, because you need to have a technical base to align with defense PSUs, because they normally are looking at problems which are their current problems in terms of precision engineering or spare part replacement or indigenization or replacement of foreign parts. So other path you can take is that you can approach to BRDs and army workshops, because they look at replacements for foreign imports, and that's a good part in case you have an existing baseline of manufacturing and precision engineering. So when I talk about a startup with who wants to get into that, should be a baseline component of your company which is into that business already. You can't jump into an innovation when you support these two kind of, or when you're approaching these BRDs and PSUs. What are the challenges to startup? I don't have to answer. It is money. That is capital, financial infusion. For that, you need a senior person in your company who has the business wisdom, who can crunch the numbers for you, who knows the business model, who knows the cash inflow, outflow, etc., the risk factor, the taxation, the incentives, so on and so forth. And for this, I am not sure whether Maharashtra has a incentive program for aerospace and defense. Gujarat government has got. I think there is a tax relaxation for 7 years. There is lot of, there is a funding of some amount for employees, which is given. There is a skill development incentive by the government for aerospace defense. So these are the steps that I would put forward today. And lastly, as a startup, there is one challenge which usually comes, what morning, I think Mr. Shri Bhatia had said about the valley of death. And that is where when the investor steps in, he has to have patience and perseverance to know that aerospace defense is a timeline of 4 years. If somebody has got the patience and perseverance to say that I am not going to get my money back for 3 years, but my ROI is going to be higher, then he should jump in. Otherwise, teams fracture, friction comes in between the companies, people start leaving, talented youngsters start leaving. There is a societal problem also. I had a very funny case when one person left the company because his would-be wife's parents didn't want him to work in a startup. So it happens like that. That is how societal environment is. And lastly, key technologies. Of course, AI ML is one of the buzzword. Hardware computing research is the second. Material sciences is one. These are technologies. When you look at solutions, it is command control software, decision support, drones as an ecosystem, weapons. Space is a big deal. All of you who are working near space or ISRO or in space, that is another area. So you have to differentiate as a startup between what is a technology, what is a product, and what is a solution. Most of the challenges on IDEX are asking for a solution, not for a technology. So you have to be very clear differentiation, identify the problem, the solution, the problem statement, identify your product, have technical advice, have financial advice, and I am sure you will build a success story. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
It was a wonderful opening batting, good captain Purandare. So thank you very much for that. Now I like to welcome Anil Kulkarni ji. He is the Vice President and held Supply Chain, L&T Precision and Engineering and Systems, IITN from our own Mumbai Powai IIT. Having completed MTech Design in 1987, he joined L&T as PGET in Design. He has rich career in L&T, having held leadership position in design engineering, pre-manufacturing planning, ERP, quality control, supply chain, logistics and cost estimation, program management and IT. He headed the prestigious K9 gun program management before taking up head supply chain role in PESIC. Sir, you are welcome to deliver your speech.
Dignitaries on the dais and my fellows here in the hall, very good afternoon to all of you. Anyway, I think till the presentation comes up, I must thank Group Captain Purandare for really setting the context and the tone for this. As he outlined very clearly in his speech, the defense business is growing, and last 5 to 10 years, I would say, has been tremendous growth. And operate? No, this is not. Yeah, okay. Okay, go to next slide. Yeah. So what I would cover is the defense sector opportunities, how L&T gets into business partner selection. This is something most of you would be looking forward to. What are the sourcing requirements, what opportunities both L&T is presenting as well as what the industry is presenting. And time permitting, I will also cover one MSME partnership success story for L&T for the K9 program. So Indian sector, defense sector, as you can see, these are the opportunities the sector has opened up, and whether it is in defense space, defense manufacturing, the opportunities are only multiplying. Already there is an ecosystem of more than 15,000 MSMEs, and looking at the number of organizations like MEDC, I mean this year I must be attending, this is my 4th MSME seminar, and as I was here in the morning, some people already approached me and they said that next month we will be organizing another seminar, and they invited. So I clearly see that the activity has been growing, and various ministries from central government as well as state governments across the country, they are very actively getting involved and in promoting this defense manufacturing. You can see the graph has only been rising. Yeah, next. Now I can divide this into, one is platforms, second is weapon systems, third is mobility. As you might, some of you would be knowing that Indian government, what they have done in last 2 years is they have come out with a negative list of imports. That means they have declared various items, including whether it is aircrafts or submarines or these howitzer guns. They have declared that after this year these products will not be imported and they will be 100% made in the country. And this is a highly encouraging thing, and this has spurred lot of industrial activity. And in essence, since this manufacturing is coming out all over the country, it is also helping MSMEs across the country coming up. So some of these products, what I can see, you can see is light combat aircrafts are there, the guns and tanks are there, submarines are there, surface ships are there. These are also fitted with some weapon systems like missile launchers are there, then engineering systems like bridging, then the rocket launchers, and also air defense guns. Most of you might have seen these guns. It has also given lot of rise to various mobility platforms. Earlier in India, you were not getting high-end vehicles, but now you are getting, whether it is 8x8 high mobility vehicle, 6x6 vehicle, 10x10, 12x12, all these platforms are getting developed with higher and higher power and higher and higher, they can go to highest altitudes in Leh Ladakh and they can operate. Yeah, next. I think these are some more examples. There are various types of gun systems, whether it is tracked gun system, towed gun system, mounted gun system. There are also very complex integrated systems where you are having air defense guns, they are integrated with radars, they are integrated with indigenously developed control systems, and this entire system is being deployed. We are also modernizing the sensors portion of the ecosystem. So various kind of radars are also coming up. Yeah, next slide. You can move next. I think these are some of the typical examples. This is a graph which is showing the defense exports year on year, and you can see the graph is rising. In fact, Indian government has set a target which is a very ambitious target, and year on year what we are seeing is that these targets are being met, or as well as these are getting exceeded. So exports we see as a big opportunity coming in the coming years. Yeah. Now coming to, I will just quickly touch upon what all things L&T will look for when they are looking to enroll more and more MSMEs. L&T has a very active program of enrolling MSMEs. And every year or every new program we are entering into agreements. So what we are looking for, I would say, is quality of management and administration, that should be good. There should be sufficient technical expertise. On this count, I would say that we are finding number of good partners. Technically, they are highly qualified. They are also willing to invest. Response should be good. Quality is something all of you know that quality is of prime importance, and in defense it is more so, because somebody's life is depending on the quality of the product what we deliver. So quality highly important. Financial strength should be there. And even the documentation is very important. It is not like producing some other goods. After the product is made, you will have to submit good quality documentation. Yeah. Now what one notable feature of L&T, what I would like to mention is we have taken a lot of efforts in making this whole process digital, and what you say ease of doing business with L&T. Whether it is when you are onboarding, that is when you are getting qualified as a business partner, that documentation you can submit online. For our RFQs will come to you online. There is a dedicated portal called Searcher where you can do most of your activities, submission of your documentation, submission of your bills or invoices, knowing the payment status, all these things are known online. We have also developed a smart quality management system where all the inspection calls, they will get routed through this smart quality management system. And the advantage is once you do that, all your documentation will automatically get generated from the system and you can submit it online. Then material transport and business dashboards. You will also get to know, say, upcoming requirements, what is the progress, what are the open POs on you. The kind of data what you would typically look forward to monitoring is all made available digitally. We are also giving safety training to business partners time to time. Yeah. This is some of the photographs of that. And annually we are also having a business partners meet at our management center in Lonavala, where we are calling all the important business partners and we are having interactions. We are defining what are the upcoming opportunities and how the business landscape is. Yeah. Now, these are the business units of L&T Defense or the L&T Precision Equipment Manufacturing. We have a naval unit which largely caters to submarines, the surface ships, as well as the naval weapon systems. Then there is a guns and armored systems, which, as the name says, it supports various types of guns, and the armored platforms like FICV, FRCV, etc. Then there is a land platform and equipment which caters to various launchers. Missiles and aerospace is a very large segment for us. We have also got into launching of satellites. And then there is a segment for electronics and sensors. Yeah. These are our various facilities across the country. We have our base unit in Powai, which houses our R&D center also. Bangalore also has a R&D position, and for production, we have gun factory at Hazira, the launchers factory at Talegaon, and also factories at shipyard at Kattupalli, Chennai, and at Vizag and Coimbatore. Yeah. These are our various products. You can, of course, know it from our website also. You can go ahead. These are the upcoming and ongoing serial production programs where there will be large requirement. We'll be talking about what requirements. So one is K9 Vajra T. We have already supplied 100 number guns. We are in talks with government for more. Modular bridge, we are executing a contract for 41 numbers. We are in talks for more. Pinakas is an ongoing program. Then recently we have also got ambitious, very prestigious orders. One is for air defense guns and radar systems. Second is for high power radar system. And we are in, for future programs are mounted gun systems and air defense guns. Yeah. Ships also we spoke about. Yeah, go ahead. So these are various categories. You can go ahead. So these are the categories what we are looking for: raw materials, cutting, bending, fabrication, machining, surface treatment, enclosures. These are, you can say, the traditional categories. The new segments like space and all, we are also looking for a lot of composites production. We are looking for a lot of electronic sourcing, software sourcing, training and documentation requirements. And these, there are variety of segments. So I will be sharing how you can get into that. Yeah, go ahead. These are some of the sub-assemblies which we buy, the mast, trailers, shelters, cranes, DG sets, UPS, yeah. Electronics and electrical is a very large portion of our procurement. In shipbuilding, we are basically looking at hull outfitting, then yeah, go ahead. Electrical components, subcontracting. This is a very large segment again, and shipbuilding is a rapidly growing segment. So we basically have a very collaborative approach to these MSME partnerships. Categories we spoke about already. Yeah, go ahead. Supplier onboarding, I will quickly touch upon. There is a lot to talk about in this. We have three categories by which suppliers can be enrolled. One is NCNC. You are familiar with government's policy of no cost, no commitment, or development orders. So suppose a new product is coming, we are quoting for that product. We offer business partners. They can participate in the at development stage itself on no cost, no commitment basis. And when we receive the order for serial production, we will be placing those component orders on these partners. So this is one of the fastest way. This is for prototype orders. You are not requiring very large investments when you participate in this. Second is after NCNC, the next stage will be limited serial production, where government will order few numbers, 10 numbers, 20 numbers, like that. And then finally it will get converted to bulk production, where you may have production in hundreds. We spoke about this, safety, compliance, infrastructure, etc. These are the things we would be looking forward to. Yeah. Categories also we have spoken about. So in short, we appeal all MSMEs to gain through collaboration. You can come ahead, you can submit your documentation to us. We can look into that, identify mutual areas of cooperation, and then get into the nitty-gritty part. The ongoing serial production orders, yeah, we spoke about. Go ahead. So one partnership success story quickly I will touch upon in 2 minutes. We had an order of 100 K9 guns manufacturing in 3.5 years. This was the first order of guns to private sector, and nobody really anticipated we can do it on time and we can deliver these guns. First of all, we can make a gun itself, nobody was anticipating. Yeah. This is a photograph we are very proud about when Prime Minister visited to inaugurate the gun factory, and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh ji also visited. They took a round in that gun. Yeah. So in all, what we did, we set up very dedicated project management and supply chain teams, exceeding 30 teams. They have gone around India. They have talked to everybody in details. They have got the capabilities. We have also got the technology from our Korean partner. We have shared the relevant portions with these partners. We have got a limited production done that has been taken through all the qualification testing requirements. And with all this, we could deliver the guns within the time frame. This was the gallery we showed to Prime Minister when he visited. Yeah. And these are the capabilities we developed, whether it is armor stem weldings, castings, forgings, hydraulics, electronics. This was a quantum jump to the ecosystem. That's what I would say. Now lastly, in case you want to get in touch, these are the contact numbers and contact details of our chief buyers. You can take a photograph. You can write to these people and get in touch with them to take the engagement forward. Yeah. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Kulkarni sir. It's really encouraging to know for all the MSMEs that if they have a good product, there is an opportunity and they may join hands with a big company like L&T, which is obviously a pride for India. So thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Rajendra Chodankar. He is the Chairman and CEO, RRP S4E Innovations Private Limited. RRP S4E is a technology-based company with design strengths in electro-optics. With over 2 decades of experience in cutting-edge technologies, they are now the emerging group into design and consulting for electro-optic systems. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Respected members of the dais, Captain I'd like to Mandar Bharde ji, Group Captain Ajay Purandare ji, Anil Kulkarni ji, and none other than our L&T legend, Dr. Arjun Kumar ji. And thanks to the MEDC council members to have invited me for this occasion. Defense opportunities in MSME, I think RRP S4E is one of the most living examples of the present era that we are in now. So we started in 2018 as a startup, and we were really thankful to the state, Maharashtra state, to have given us the initial funding, the infrastructure fund, which was through Maharashtra Defense and Aerospace Venture Fund. It was a Maharashtra-based fund headed by, front-ended by the IDBI Capital Securities, Shri Amay Belolkar ji, who was heading the institution. And we, the idea behind offering this funding was to give the kickstart to us under the Make in India domain. And what they did was they obviously gave us the infrastructure fund so that we could have the basic setup. We started this in 2018, and I think thanks obviously to our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, who actually brought the change in trying to give MSMEs the push that was needed. So we come from a background where my mentor has been Dr. Anil Kakodkar ji. We worked a lot for the nuclear fraternity from 1998 till 2014. Built some niche technologies in nano machining under the leadership of Dr. Kakodkar sir. But in 2014, this era came in when the offset program started in 2014, and India gave the first order to ELOP, that is Elbit, for a $300 million contract to upgrade the T-72 tanks with the thermal imaging fire control system. And at that point of time, we built some optical elements as a part of the offset programs along with Alpha Design. And that was the time when the Israelis actually came in and suggested that why don't we actually go for making products rather than just doing components. And that was the era we started. And in the earlier days, obviously, it was very difficult to get in business opportunities because, it was normally as Captain said, it was an RFI and RFQ. But thanks to our, again, I keep on repeating to our Honorable PM, and what he did was actually he bought this Make in India concept, and we were the most fortunate ones. I mean, most of the MSMEs were very fortunate because what happened in this is that, we started getting technology partners globally, and we started getting in a lot of opportunities wherein we had to actually jointly work to build these technologies under Make in India. The quantum of percentage obviously kept on changing from 20 to 30 to 40 and 50 now, and as we see today, there are so many opportunities that are knocking at our doorstep. In the earlier days, we had the RFIs and the RFQs, but nowadays most of the tenders are on GEM portals. And if you have the right technology and if you can pass through trials, I think there are a lot of opportunities in the defense sector. We hail from an electro-optics background where we build thermal cameras, reflex sights, and border protection surveillance systems. Most of our technologies are through a joint venture with Israeli companies. And as Captain said, and L&T in the discussion, that going through NCNC and prototyping is a sort of a mandatory part, but as based on what we are aware and what our experiences is, I would obviously recommend that we should go through this route, because this is the way where we can be very sure of what we are offering. Today, in the border protection surveillance systems, we are on the forefront. We have supplied more than 80 systems at various borders in Likhabali, Sukna, Tawang, Firozpur borders. And how we actually mastered that was going through NCNC, prototyping with the Indian Army, actually. So I would strongly, I would obviously want most of the upcoming entrepreneurs to be a part of this MSME. These days things are probably a bit more simpler than before. You have a lot of tenders on the GEM portals. You have so much of opportunities. GEM portal tenders are finalized within very short period of time. Multiple tenders coming from all the command headquarters, Udhampur, Eastern Command, Kolkata. You have Ministry of Home Affairs. You have Border Security Forces. I mean, there are too many opportunities. And when we started in our business, we had just probably 3 people. Today we have more than 10 people to handle the loads on the GEM portal tenders for MSMEs, actually. So for RRP S4E, it has been a wonderful journey under Make in India. I mean, nothing comes in our hands without challenges. We had to go through all the challenges. We were very fortunate to get even our industrial license for producing thermal cameras and border protection surveillance systems. We are expanding our wings into anti-drone systems. Again, most of the technologies are from Israel, which is very good. And what actually the best gain for us was that we probably are now getting listed in the stock exchange also, because of all these opportunities that we converted into orders. Just last month we had a very important announcement where the Israel company Meprolite, which is a part of the SK group, has shifted its production facility for 3 of their products in RRP S4E innovation, which opens up a lot of opportunities for employment and with business in hand. So we have really enjoyed this journey of being an MSME. We are now getting recognized into the corporate shoes, and we are looking forward to actually taking this to a different level. Whilst we are doing this, we were also given an opportunity to get into semiconductors, and we are the first company now in the state to have been offered a very attractive subsidy for setting up a chip making factory in Maharashtra. We already have set up our basic OSAT facility in Mahape, and the government has also allocated us 100-acre land at Taloja, where we will be setting up a wafer foundry. So all this, why I'm trying to tell you is that the MSMEs is not an adopted child of the family. It's a dear child of the family, and we should obviously go through those challenges. And I think we can see much more things happening today. Once upon a time, we were probably not even expecting to be a 25 crore turnover company. So today we have a turnover for 500 crores, and we are looking for more. In the earlier days, we probably had 3 challenges. The first challenge was obviously getting business, but the Make in India concept has overruled all that. We've got a lot of opportunities at those times. I mean, every MSME is doing well. So we go for various trials and tenders. We have more than 5 or 6 vendors, and all are happy because somewhere down the line, the business is obviously given to most of them in some form or the other, actually. And as sir mentioned about the Make 1 and Make 2, we are part of the Make 2 program for hard kill anti-drone system, actually. It's a big project for 24 units. So it's again an Israeli technology. So that problem has been solved. Finance obviously has become reachable now, with all due respect. Probably opinions may vary. Obviously banks has got its own limitations, but the present IPO, the present stock exchange, the SME IPOs and the main boards are getting very attractive. We have got so many investors who wants to venture into defense opportunities, and we've seen over few hundreds of companies with a minimal turnover but with a better EBITDA and PAT getting listed in the stock exchange and getting very good valuations. And as I say that, today we are probably getting into in Diwali into an IPO mode, but we already have been given a valuation of 400 crores in the company now in the unlisted domain, and obviously things are getting better. And in the semiconductor, obviously, even before we had a turnover, we are getting now listed on the main board. So, so this is, we are really at the cusp of a new era, and I always promote that, we should venture into this technology. In the earlier days, we had a lot of risk factors. Today, we have risk factors, but they're all calculated, because there's someone who is going to support you to make this happen. And presently this government is, be the state or the central, in my opinion, I mean, we've been really supported, blessed. This government is doing everything possible to bring in niche technologies to get the recognition that India, besides the nuclear and the defense, has got the skill sets to promote some innovative technologies, invent some new technologies. And there we all come from. So I must thank MEDC to give this platform. The only issue that we need to address now, and that's why I've been to urge most of the universities and the academia to come forward and be a part of this MSMEs, because the biggest challenge now is to get the right manpower, actually. And I was at Maratha Chamber of Commerce in Pune. And obviously we are going into semiconductor domain, and one of the biggest challenges that we are not able to reach to our own people in academia who have the hidden inner talent, but we're not able to reach them. So somewhere down this line, if there is a media, there's a conduit that can take MSMEs or mid-corporates to these academia, then there is enough scope for every MSME or a mid-corporate to adopt these students, train them, and give them a very good remuneration package that they would want to stay in their own country. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chodankar, for your wonderful speech. Now I am requesting Mr. Arjun Kumar to deliver his speech. Mr. Arjun Kumar is a director, Directorate of Technology and Development Fund, DRDO Headquarters, New Delhi, Ministry of Defense. Arjun Kumar is a material scientist and did his post-graduation in chemistry from Rohilkhand University. Mr. Arjun Kumar is also one of the founder member of Institutionalized Technology Development Fund scheme in DRDO. He is right now with DRDO for last 21 years, and presently he is handling more than 32 projects under TDF in various technology domain. Sir.
Thank you very much. And colleagues who are there on the dais, and all the friends who are off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I think now after a heavy lunch, everybody is in the sleepy mode. So please don't be in that mode now. I think it's a big opportunity that I am bringing here, which is called the Technology Development Fund. And this Technology Development Fund is for MSMEs and startups specifically. And this is giving the opportunity to all the entrepreneurs to come into the race of the defense production if they realize the technology. And this is the vision of Honorable Pradhan Mantri ji. And we are realizing this vision through various schemes under the MOD. And this is one of the promising scheme under the MOD umbrella, which is called Technology Development Fund. And as my colleague Group Captain Ajay has very rightly pointed out, that before 10 years, we won't have any kind of a supportive system in the country who is nurturing the startups or MSME. So therefore, the government has taken very, very important initiatives to institutionalize almost a lot of schemes for MSMEs and startups. And in Ministry of Defense, this was the very first scheme which has been announced when Honorable Pradhan Mantri ji has taken an oath and presented its first budget in the year 2014-15. 14-15. So in the first budget itself, they have announced that there should be some kind of a remunerations or incentives to the MSMEs and startups. If we won't give the incentives, how they will grow, from where they will get the fund. Because defense is a huge sea where everybody cannot put the money. So therefore, it is very much required that the government has to take the ownership of the funding and providing the incentives. And that is why they told that I am putting a scheme which is called Technology Development Fund in the para 143 of the very first budget of the government. That is the route for institutionalizing a very important scheme which is called Technology Development Fund. Now with this fund, we have funded more than 300 crore rupees to various MSMEs. We have realized almost 35 technology, world-class technologies where our companies are now exporting and ready to export, and also providing to PSUs and DPSUs. We have awarded around 78 projects. Presently, we have more than 150 projects in our hand where we are going to award this project to various MSMEs and the startups. Can we have next? See, there are the two founder pillars, I would say. The Parikar Sahu, who is the visionary man behind this, he was the man who has realized that there should be a funding mechanism to the MSME and startup. And he who has approved our scheme in the year 2016. I am one of the founder member. 11 years I was there in Maharashtra only in one of the DRDO lab in Ambernath. And in the year 2014, I got my transfer to DRDO headquarters. And after reaching there, indeed, I am very, very lucky that I could work with the Honorable Mantri ji and DRDO headquarters to institutionalize this whole scheme, along with my two more colleagues. So we three people have institutionalized this full scheme at the DRDO headquarter level. If you see the journey, so journey started from 2014 announcement, 15 the scheme came to us, then 16 we have taken approval, and then finally we have grown enough continuously and we reached till 2024. Where 300 crore plus fund we have already given, 78 projects awarded, 150 in hand, and more than 30 to 35 technologies have been realized. Even our industries are now exporting. So this is the vision of the government. So how this scheme is working, we are taking a requirements from the tri-services, the DRDO, even sometimes DPSUs are also giving us a requirements. Even L&T is also one of our customer, I would say, that we have given funding to the L&T, even under one or two projects on the TDF. So that is the kind of a ecosystem created, because ecosystem is very important. Until unless there is not an ecosystem, we will not grow. So therefore, it's very important that there should be academia, there should be industry, there should be a DRDO who is having a legacy of more than 60 years plus in the R&D exclusively in the defense domain. So therefore, it's important the ecosystem. So this scheme is having a full ecosystem where we have a support from all the nook and corner of the defense fraternity. We are taking a projects from tri-services, making the requirements, and then just launching the projects to the industry. Once industry selected, we will prepare a team which is called a DRDO technical scientist team who will mentor the startups, and 90% of the total project cost is borne by the DRDO. That means under the scheme. If 10 crore when we have launched funding, now Honorable RM in the June 2022 has enhanced from 10 crore to 50 crore, seeing the growth of the industry. And now we have growth potential. Therefore, it's a 50 crore limit now presently. So 50 crore, 90%, that means 45 crore you will get the funding if any projects you have been selected. We have a funding, there is a eligibility that company should be the Indian R&D collaborations, and the duration is 2 to 4 years. For 10 crore initially we have 2 years, now we have increased 4 years. These are our stakeholders. In MOD, mostly these are the departments who are handling the different kind of projects like DRDO, Defense R&D Organization, Indian Army, Air Force, Indian Navy, and Department of Defense Production. Department of Defense Production is generally handling all the DPSUs, which is called the Defense Public Sector Units. Generally, these are the Navratna company initially. And then after corporatization of the ordnance factories, 7 more DPSUs have been created. So 9 plus 7, so total 16 DPSUs are there presently in the country. So these are working in a different domain expertise. So as I told you, very simple process. We are taking a requirements, making the proper specification, which is a project definition document, and we are opening the requirements on the TDF BAP portal, DRDO BAP portal. Even now we have started this on the defense procurement portal also. We are making a separate dashboard for launching the projects. This is the team. Under each project, almost 10 scientists are mentoring and supporting the industry for developing that particular technology, along with the certification process facilitation, plus infrastructure also we are providing under the DRDO for the testing and trials. We have the 4 broad parameters under which we are selecting the industry. Number 1, the design capability, which is very, very important part, which is having a 60 marks. Number 2, if it is developed, then what are the fabrication and manufacturing capability you are going to utilize, whether it is there with you or you want to utilize with some other. And then what is the life cycle management aspects you are providing. And then the commercial criteria. And the company who will be selected should have a 60% is the qualification marks out of 100. Various benefits if it is selected continuously. I'll directly come to the stories, because success story ultimately tell the growth and the vision of the government and the effort that everybody is putting forward. See, this is the list of the industries. Here we have listed the 70 industries. The total is the 78 industries. One industry can get maximum 2 projects at a time. So therefore, few industries having got the 2 projects. So therefore, this is the TDF family, which is continuously growing with the vision of the government. If you see, these are the few success stories. This first project, this is the onboard computer card which will go into the Sukhoi 30, where we had to convert or upgradation if you want, which is the ARINC 818 based. Another is the drug, which is very, very important drug. You won't believe that India was not having own certified drug in the country if there is any nuclear emergency. And this drug is available with only few nations only. But with the background IP of the DRDO, we have developed this drug, and now this drug is certified through SIDESCO under DCGI. And this project we have funded under the TDF, and DRDO scientists helped. Now country is having our own nuclear drug. Due to non-availability of this drug, we have lost almost 6 patients in Delhi in the year 2020 with the thallium poisoning. This drug is used when there is a cesium and thallium contamination in the body. So this is now readily available. Similarly, this is the GPS denial drone, which will be very useful in the GPS denial indoor environment. If this drone we would have been, then this Taj event will not be have a huge loss at that moment of time. So this now drone has been prepared by one of our industry. Similarly, composite pump, one of the industry who has developed under the TDF is a Pune-based company who has developed the composite pumps onto the naval platform. Similarly, these are many. Very recently, one of our startup has launched the propulsion system for the small satellites through PSLV module, and POEM, which is the PSLV orbital experimental module, he has already launched, which is the Bellatrix, which is the Bangalore-based startup. So they are also zooming. And similarly, the story is continuously moving ahead with the TRI services, and we are just keep moving, and the saga continues. Other than this, the DRDO is also organizing a pan-India based innovation contest with the vision of the Abdul Kalam Sahab, which is the dare to dream. If you have a dare, then you have to dream. So that is the concept, and then we are selecting the individual startups and the individuals and giving them an award by the Honorable RM. And those startups which have been selected further funded under TDF scheme up to 1 crore to realize their idea into a prototype. So that means an individual converted into a startup, then a startup will be getting 1 crore funding for making the prototype. Like that, already 4 editions we have conducted, and we have selected more than 100 people. Now Dare to Dream 5.0, that we are going to launch next month, possibly mid-September. And we are unveiling a lot of deep tech challenges also under the TDF schemes. These are the various type of projects. Anybody wants to work into the defense domain, first of all, he has to understand the ministry, how it is working, what are the kind of departments, and very important is the DAP 2020, which is the defense procurement procedures. First of all, you have to have a procurement procedures to understanding, then only you can understand what kind of a projects the government is launching. So thank you, Maharashtra, warm wishes, and very important, we forgot that today we have a very important day, which is the National Space Day. 23 August 2023, when we landed onto the moon, we were the 4th nation globally and the first who have reached to the South Pole. So I think we should commemorate this National Space Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arjun Kumarji. It was a wonderful speech, and I'm sure after a lot of motivation from you, you are going to receive at least 10 proposals for your TDF from the audience present here. And yes, so thank you very much. It was a wonderful session. Thank you very much to everyone who delivered their wonderful speech and shared their wisdom. And now for the next session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a wonderful session. I would request you to please pose for a picture. Moving on to our final session of the day, which will explore export opportunities for MSMEs. As MSMEs look to scale, the global market offers tremendous potential, and this session will focus on how MSMEs can navigate and thrive in international markets. Moderating this session, we have Shri Jis Matthew, the MEDC State Committee Chairman for Supply Chain and Logistics. Joining him on this panel are industry experts who will share their valuable insights: Mr. Seung Chang Ha, Mrs. Harpreet Makol, Shri Kumar Anshuman, Mr. Govind Ramchandra Pitre, Mr. Abhishek Lat. Let's give a warm welcome to our moderator and the distinguished panelists. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Perfect. We'll now start with the felicitation of the moderator and speakers. To start with, I would like to invite Shri Mahesh Rathore, MEDC State Committee Chairman, to felicitate Mr. Seung Chang Ha, Chief Representative of Chung Chong Gam Du Job and Economic Promotion Agency, CEPA India. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Shri Anil Pawar, MEDC Committee member, to felicitate Mrs. Harpreet Makol, Assistant Director at Federation of India Export Organizations, Western Region. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. I would now like to request Shri Jis Matthew to felicitate Shri Kumar Anshuman, DGM, Nariman Point Branch at Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of India Limited. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite Shri Ashish Garde, Vice President MEDC, to felicitate Mr. Govind Ramchandra Pitre, CEO and Principal Consultant at Shashwati Consultancy Services. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would now request Ms. Sheetal Panchal, Director General MEDC, to felicitate Mr. Abhishek Lat, Managing Director and CFO of Le Merit Exports Limited. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite Ms. Neeta Shah, MEDC Committee member, to felicitate Shri Jis Matthew, the MEDC State Committee Chairman for Supply Chain and Logistics. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. We are now done with this felicitation ceremony. Over to you, Shri Jis Matthew.
Thank you for the introduction. I am honored to moderate this discussion where we have some eminent panelists who are experts in their field, and I'm sure they can impart you with a lot of knowledge on this topic of export opportunities for MSMEs. I'm sure you are familiar with the format of this discussion, and if you have any questions, please park this question. I'm sure we will have some time at the end of the session where you can raise this question and discuss with this panelist. Before we start with this panel discussion, let me tell you a small story about a small family, which is parents and 2 kids. The father pays 1,000 rupees each to 2 kids for maintaining the house, and the kids that pay 1,000 rupees each to the mother for food. And mother in turn pays 2,000 rupees. Is there any wealth creation in the family? Absolutely not. Because the money is getting circulated within the household. And when it comes to the nation, it's the same story. If we are having like a salaries, payments, everything going, but within the country only, there is no wealth creation in the country. And if you really see the historical data, have 60% of the export contribution coming from MSMEs alone. So you can understand the importance of MSMEs in the exports of the nation or the revenue which can come to the country. And comparing to the developed nation, whereas Japan is at I think around 20% and Germany at 17% of the MSME. So in the case of countries like India, which is developing countries, the importance of MSME and contribution to the export is humongous. So without going more into this, invite the first speaker of the day, Mr. Seng Chang, who is Chief Representative of CEPA India. He is an innovative and highly organized professional with a history of profound success in project management in sales in different areas ranging from cosmetic to home appliances. Mr. Seng Chang holds an honors degree in economics from Punjab University. He completed his early education at Byungyeong High School in Seoul, South Korea. With over 17 years of work experience, he has spent 9 of those years working in India. So I would like to welcome Mr. Seng Chang and give his speech. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. आप सबसे मिलकर कोई खुशी हुई. मैं कोरिया से आया हूँ. But actually, came from the Delhi. So now, thank you so much for this honor to invite SEPA India. So actually, the MEDC with the SEPA India was made at MOU the last 2 months ago. So thank you so much for introducing about the SEPA India. So Chungcheongnam-do Economic Province Agency. Actually, I know to Maharashtra and Kolkata, then Dehradun, some all area is a state. So the Chungcheongnam-do is state province is one of the 17th province. So introduction of the Chungcheongnam-do Economic Province Agency. The land of vitality, disability, and opportunity. This left side, Korea is triangle. The left side, downstairs, is there, and major industrial areas: Asan, Gongju, Cheonan, Dangjin. This is where province. The city is there. The national core industry, under the Chungcheongnam-do is under the Korean company, the LG, as you know, the LG, Samsung, Electronic, Kia Motors, Hyundai. Then we are working SEPA India in New Delhi, business matching and partner search, market research, import-export consultations, then organize seminar, promotional buyer supply meet. Then business development project. Yeah, the small and medium business development fund, then business core consultant support, and champion company development reinforcement project. Marketing support project. So YouTube video production support for small and medium business, global e-trade marketing support. Then offline SME product sales support, FTA utilization support center operations. So overseas trade mission, then small and medium-sized business overseas branch office. Something we like this. So major we are working under the Chungcheongnam-do province. The 3,000 company, small and medium size, include the biggest Samsung and LG, Hyundai, Kia Motors. That biggest company also registered in Chungcheongnam-do. So as you know that all now Korean people know that number one is the actually Indian dreams. Now the treasure land is only India because population number one, then economic number one. Maybe after within 10 years or 15 years, some G1, G2, maybe India. So Korean company want to come to India. So our role is under the Chungcheongnam-do 3,000 company want to come to India, but they don't know how is a law and Indian economic promotion situation, circumstance. But I have stayed in India 14 years. Then I was studied Punjab University. So I helping to Korea export to India. Also, Indian company want to come to export. The both of side. So I helping corporation, then guide them both of side. So if you want come to Korea or the Korea company also export to India, so please contact to us to the SEPA India. So now I introduced to some how to do mobilization India and Korea, some business developing some issue. Then I invite to my co-workers, the senior marketing manager. He will explain a few minutes, then he will tell. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I am Umesh Kumar. I am Senior Marketing Manager from SEPA India, Chungcheongnam-do Economic Promotion Agency. So yes, as Mr. Hart told us all, like first of all, just like MEDC here doing like to promote the MSMEs here in India, we are also in South Korea, basically from Chungcheongnam-do province, and we are helping South Korean companies to expand their business in India. And it works in both ways, like we are helping them to export to India, and also they do also have demands to import from India, so we do help Indian companies also in the scenarios to export to Korea. So first of all, earlier back 10 years back, like it was very difficult to export to Korea because there was no kind of agreement between India and Korea. But in 7th August 2009, there was another SEPA, which is Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into effect since 2010. According to this, basically all the regulation and restriction has been relaxed, and also tariffs like import tariffs has been reduced and cut off in many products. So like Korea basically reduced and phased out traffics 90% in case of India exports, and India also reduced and eliminate traffics 85% for the export to India. So yes, for the Korean products. And major items which are already being imported from India to Korea are like light oils and preparations, and cereals, iron and steel, such kind of metals, naphtha and aluminum, refined lead, organic. These are just to name a few, and we have many more items which are already being exported from India to Korea, like organic chemicals, plastics, mineral fuels, oil seeds like sesame, and cotton, essential oils, and many more. So yes, both ways we have opportunities to work together and export to each other countries. So of course, if you want to get associated with us, then you can check out our website, which is sepaindia.com, and there you can find the contact details. And also if you have any kind of like importing requirement from India, we will share with MEDC, and they can circulate with you all. So yes, you can also share your details with us, and we can work together like this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sengchang, for that opening statement. And thank you for that positive words about India and India's growth. And of course, the Korean exports to India, now everyone know about it. More than the product, it's a cultural exports which is happening. And I think in India know more about BTS than the local singers. And I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day, Mrs. Harpreet McCall, who is the Assistant Director of FIEO. She is a double master in marketing and public policy with a wealth of experience of 20 plus years in knowledge management, corporate affairs, and public administration. You, Ms. Madam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm really honored to speak about the vital role of the medium enterprise, that is my MSME, in our economy, and the immense export opportunity that lies ahead for these businesses. In the Indian business landscape, MSME holds immense significance as key drivers of growth, employment, and innovation. MSME act as crucial ancillary units to large businesses, providing vital support and fostering synergistic collaborations. Their presence creates a dynamic marketplace that encourages collaboration, partnership, and innovation. With favorable government initiative and policy, MSME enjoys a conducive business environment that promotes investment, enhances competitiveness, and fuels their growth. Together, MSME and large enterprises form a powerful ecosystem that propels Indian business towards sustainable growth and prosperity. The global market offers immense opportunity for Indian MSME. The growing demand for diverse product coupled with the unique skill and craftsmanship of our enterprises position them favorably to extend into the international supply chain. Key sectors such as textile, leather, food processing, technology service have immense export potential. However, to capitalize on this opportunity, MSME needs robust unit in MSME sector, turnover threshold for buyers halved for mandating onboarding in trades, and e-commerce export hub. The government has announced the development of Trade Connect e-platform to enhance connectivity between exporter, MSME and entrepreneurs with Indian missions abroad, export promotion councils and other partner government agencies. This platform aims to offer comprehensive information on global trade events, benefit from India Trade Agreement, which are also known as FTAs, and other pertinent international trade-related data. MSME sector is vital for Indian economy and it contributes significantly in GDP, exports and industrial unit. However, it faces several challenges like limited finance access, technology, skilled manpower and inadequate infrastructure. Government implemented schemes and policy to support MSME sector, including collateral-free loan, tax benefits, subsidies. Private sector launched programs to empower MSME. An emergence of alternative lending platforms, new age tech and digital tool has been transformed business operation, making it easier for the MSME to access finance and wider market. Revise MSME definition, eliminating manufacturing and services distinction expected to boost sector growth further. In order for MSME to sustain growth, it is imperative that they have access to different factors of production, which include industry-free labor reform, proper land acquisition policy, modern technology, enabling infrastructure, and simplified tax policy. And thus, the government must prioritize this area to ensure that MSME can expand their service, enhance the exports, and drive growth in the Indian economy. And recent policy changes like the special credit-linked capital subsidy scheme for MSME in the service sector, as well as the economic packages like Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, are expected to provide support for MSME to grow and overcome challenges they face. Therefore, with the correct support and infrastructure, MSME possesses the potential to forward the Indian economy, create job opportunity, and contribute to inclusive growth. In conclusion, the MSME is not only a vital component of our economy, but it acts as a catalyst for innovation and employment generation. The combined effort of the government, industry stakeholder, MSME themselves, which is important in unlocking the vast export potential that lies ahead. By leveraging the support measures outlined in the budget and the new Foreign Trade Policy 2023, we can empower our MSMEs to thrive in the global market, drive sustainable growth, create millions of jobs for our citizens. So let us work together to build a robust ecosystem that nurtures our MSME, ensuring that they not only survive but also flourish in the face of economic challenge and seize the opportunity that awaits us. Thank you.
Thank you, Harpreet ji, for giving details about FIEO initiatives for MSME, which is quite useful for the MSME participants also. I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day, Srikumar Anshuman, who is the DGM, Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of India, or ECGC. He has over 26 years of experience in credit insurance involving business development, operation, underwriting, claims, and administration. Currently, he is heading company's largest business unit, primarily serving corporate accounts and large banks offering trade finance. Previously, he headed southern region of ECGC, covering business units situated in southern part of India, namely Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala. He looked after country economic research and entire underwriting at corporate office prior to the current assignment. He was instrumental in developing buyer underwriting and country underwriting model. So we welcome Srikumar Anshuman.
Mr. Matthew, and good evening to all of you. See, I can see some young faces here, maybe a couple of you who would also be in the business of exports or, looking to go into exports. It's a good opportunity. I think we should congratulate MEDC to organize such an event where you see all the people related to the industry and providing the insights. You can certainly take some leaf out of that. So, looking at export industry, how different it is from domestic industry. It's not different. I'll tell you, if you have the unit working in domestic part of India, if you are having a unit which is trading in India, you can also do exports. What it takes to do a business and do exports? All you require is a buyer, because you would be having your own setup, like your own company, factory, financing, right? You would require a buyer to do a business. For that, you would have a lot of support system here in India to see that you get the contacts of buyers. You would also see that all these arrangements that you require for exports are met. The most important thing for you is to see that how your money is protected, because that is where you actually, see the gap. In India, if there is if you are not getting a payment from any of the companies, probably you can go and knock the doors of the company. But when you are doing export, it's not easy to go and meet a buyer which is maybe lying in USA or Africa or anywhere else in the world. What would you do then in that case? That is where companies like ECGC comes into play. I come from ECGC, which is into this domain of providing credit insurance to the exporters. When you make exports, you run the risk of non-payment apart from other risk. Your losses to the goods or losses or theft or all those things are covered under general insurance. But when you are talking about the payments, risk related to the country, risk related to the foreign exchange, diversion of ships, all these are credit losses. That is where ECGC would come into play and help you and support you. Maybe I'll come back again to talk about those things. But why a company should enter into global market? First thing first, it's an organized market. In India, you would find a lot of people are doing business without a paperwork or without having a proper agreement, and you end up losing a lot of money. You won't have that type of support system where your payments are protected. The global market or global, I would say, export market for Indian companies are quite organized. You have a system where your shipments is going to overseas buyer, your documents are going to overseas buyer which are accepted, and then you keep track of the payments which are coming. You also have system where you get the get the finances for your daily needs, your packing rate and post shipment. You need finances to prepare your goods. You get the support system. You have the system to see that your payments are protected. You have the system to see that you have your containers there when you need. So all those things are there. So it's an organized market where you can go and enter. All you need is a little bit of courage and have some faith in the system. I'm telling you, if you have a faith in system, you follow the certain basics of industry, you are going to gain out of it. Probably you would be one of the few companies in India who is gaining foreign currency for India. Foreign currency is scarce anywhere. Everywhere you go, any country you go, a foreign exchange earner has a status, has a role to play in the economy of the country, right? So you would require these people, and that is why people who are young, people who have the courage to take risk, probably they can go a long way and get foreign currency for India. So revenue growth. In India, you have a limited scope, you have a lot of competition. You go and see how business opportunities are lying there. You can go and do business with some of these companies which are lying in Africa or Latin America. No other actually afraid to go there, and there was a time where people would not go just because of the problem of language, the barrier of distance, and a lot of other things. But now things have changed. We are in a digital age where you get a lot of things done by doing in a click of mouse. The one thing that a company doing export would gain is in innovation. When you are doing business for international market, you would be doing research and development, you would be preparing your goods for international market, you would have an edge over a desi company where probably they would be doing business with some age-old production. Probably you would be a step ahead. You would get a advantage of doing business through a technology or through some advanced technologies. So where lie the opportunity? Exports in India is around 778 or 780 billion dollars. I'm talking about both merchandise and services exports. Goods exports are more or less at the same level, but it has still come to a level where you can say that it would give you an opportunity to exports whenever you require. Plus, India has a share of around 1.5 or 1.8% of world trade. It gives a lot of scope for you to exports. In services exports, we are growing much faster. And actually, it is offsetting whatever losses we have suffered in merchandise exports. So services exports are also where export companies and exporters can get into. And it doesn't take much of money. We have been finance, we have been talking about infrastructure. If you are having a company, you already have an infrastructure. So you just go and check for buyers. You come to ECGC to find out whether it's all right to do business with this company. We would do the hand holding, we would do the support work for you, and we would probably guide you to see that your business is risk-free. So let me touch upon the global trade trend. Global trade last couple of years, in 2021, 22 and 22, 23, it was little sluggish. Of course, it is understandable. We had a bout of COVID and all. But even before that, we had global meltdown 2008, and there were a lot of other disruptions also. If you see in last 1.5 years or 2 years, Russia, Ukraine, and then Israel, Egypt, all those areas, were creating some trouble. But I think trade or export trade is not going to stop. It's not going to stay back. It is the need of our, any company, any country, they can't produce everything. They need to import, and that is where you see the opportunity of exports. And that exports from India are going to grow at a certain pace, maybe 5%, 10% immediately, and then at global level, probably 3%, 3.5%, which is a big number. It's estimated that in next 6 months, around 250 billion of addition of goods exports are going to happen in international level. And for services, it could be $100 billion. It's a big number. You have the opportunity. All you have to see is probably get into it, get a serious business of doing exports. So we are in this area where you see opportunities. How this area or how this region is doing. If you see the Asia on the whole, it's the brightest spot in world international market of exports or international trade. When international trade is expected to grow by around 2.5% or 3%, exports or international trade from this region, Asia, is going to increase by 5% or more than that perhaps. So we are in the brightest spot for international trade. And you have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to exports not only to one country, entire world is yours. We have been looking at traditional markets, USA and UK, but go beyond that. What is the reason why Brexit happened? Because UK thought that they are limiting themselves only to Europe. Probably they didn't get opportunity to go beyond the Europe. And that is where the problem lies for UK. They thought that Brexit would help them to get a larger market to cater to. And they took a step. So I think all you need to do is be a little courageous, right? So you look beyond traditional market and go to far-off places. From my experience, I can tell you, the smaller countries or the countries where payments are probably very difficult to come from, if you perceive or if you think about a country in Africa or small country in Africa, you would think that payment would be very difficult to come from, right? But I can tell you, these people are most prompt in making payment. There is some problem with the country, but if that is solved, your payments are not going to stuck. And here you can take the help of ECGC, because ECGC has all these solutions to see that in case there is a political risk problem, you get the support of ECGC. If in case there is a risk related to the buyer, you can get the support from ECGC. So go far to countries where others are not going. There you would find the opportunity. So when you are into exports, what you really need is selection of goods to export, right? So selection of goods is not something very difficult for you. If you are into business, it's a natural thing to do. You should do in the same product, same line of business. Regulatory compliance, if you are having existing business, you are already compliant. There is no need to do anything special. All you need to do is probably IE code, right? That's very simple to obtain. Access to finance. ECGC's cover to exporters would help them get easy finance from banks. In fact, ECGC supports bank so that they can give easy finance to exporters. So a lot of other support system is there to help exporters from India. So MSMEs can take advantage of this. We have been talking about, we have been listening to a lot of other speakers about the system which is available here. So ECGC is also one of those support system for Indian exporters. So you should understand where the problem lies, or where you should take care of your or how you should take care of the risk. There are practically two types of risk. When I am talking about credit risk, we have basically two types of risk. One is which is related to country. We call it political risk. A risk which is related to country, not related to the company or not related to the buyer. And other is risk which are related to the buyer. We call it commercial risk. So commercial risk is something where intention of buyer comes into play, where financials of the buyer comes into play. You can have your basis covered by taking the cover from ECGC. Insurance policies of ECGC are designed to see that in case there is a commercial loss, you can get it covered by ECGC. Not only that, in case there is a problem relating to a country, exports from India, and we see that what really exporters require. So commercial risk and political risk is one thing which exporters would need. But what about the case where you make shipments and buyer says that I would not accept? Repudiation. It's a big risk. No other company in the world provides cover for these type of risk. So ECGC is also to the exporters, even for the repudiation risk. So a lot of things are there where you can talk about and think about the risk. I can tell you any risk which is related to credit can be covered by ECGC. We have a limited time here, but you can always reach out to us. I think we can help you out in risk management. We can help you out in seeing that how you develop your market in overseas countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anshumanji. Thank you for explaining what it takes to develop export for a local MSME, and also explaining how the money can be protected. With India's export going to reach maybe $1 trillion by 27-28, and 45 to 50% of that is MSME export, that is going to be 500 billion. So protecting the money is very important for any MSME exporter also. Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next one, I believe Mr. Singh Chang has a flight to catch, so we'll have to give him some absence. Maybe we can take a group photograph before he leaves. Yeah. We'll go on with the next speaker of the day. I would like to introduce Mr. Govind Ramachandra Pitre, who is a CEO and a principal consultant of Shashwati Consultancy Services. He's an enterprising leader with over 35 years of rich experience in health, safety and environment management and sustainability with expertise in overcoming complex business challenges. He showcased excellence in developing a strong, clear and focused approach to ensure safe environment and creating zero accident and occurrence culture by implementing applicable HSE policies. Recognized for developing, integrating the HSE and sustainability strategies and installing proactive HSE culture within the organization as well as stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Govindi. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My presentation is there. Very good. Okay. So good afternoon all, and I know that all of you are waiting for early conclusion of the program, but we have to sustain for some more time, right? And we are going to talk about sustainability, okay? So first of all, who are all present in the class, in the hall, special appreciation for all of you, okay? Thank you. Now let's go into the, please, hello, please take the next slide. Yeah, so this is the picture. This one picture actually explains the entire scenario of how exports and sustainability are connected. Okay, so if we want to export, first of all, apart from the quality of products, now what people are looking at is the sustainable products. That means green products, more environmental friendly products, okay, which have minimal product carbon footprint. Okay, so yeah, so basically I'm going to go through what are the 7 or 8 critical points if we take care in our sustainability journey in our organization, can promote exports or enhance the ability of the MSMEs or any other industry to export the products and services. So the first one is that we need to realize that consumer preferences have changed. More and more people are preferring the more eco-labeled products. They are taking pride in utilizing the products which have less negative carbon footprint, and where the recyclability is high. So if that be so, then we also need to identify such products, such services where we can convince the customers and consumers how your product is more and more environmental friendly. So for that we have got many certifications for product level also and systems level also, and overall company's sustainability performance also. So we should be always on the lookout of what are the specific standards and how to utilize that. I would like to tell you here that ISO 14040 series is very helpful for environmental life cycle assessment, as well as 14-02025. Those standards are helping you to get eco-labeled products. So let us utilize these international standards and relook at the product entire life cycle and redevelop those products which will pass through the environmental product declaration certifications, and we can convince in a very scientific manner to the customers that why they should prefer our product. Next. Yeah. Another is stringent environmental standards like, the ISO 14064 series is primarily on greenhouse gas emission accounting. So if we can start, looking at our scope 1 emissions, scope 2 emissions and scope 3 emissions all, and understand and systematize it within the organizational processes, then year on year we can update that data internally instead of waiting for any consultancy or experts to pitch in. And these standards also help us, once we know how much is our carbon footprint, we can take actions for risk mitigation. We can go for more energy efficiency initiatives. We can go in for more renewables. We can go for more afforestation, new tree plantation drives with government. And fourth one is we can create carbon credits which we can sell in the international market. So whereas there are on one side there are challenges, there are equal opportunities for all of us. Next. Another is the branding part. Okay, so we should be, our product should be such that we should be able to, create our own name in the overall market, and our brand should speak for itself. The Make in India, zero defect and zero adverse effect on environment, ZED, what the scheme that this government of India came across, is actually at their quality assurance mechanisms, the sustainability mechanisms, and companies are actually taking up these things. In CSR also, under Companies Act, the Government of India has given various areas in which we can do the corporate social responsibility. Today itself, I was reading the report that more than 30% of CSR funds which are not getting utilized every year. So year on year, people are passing out to the next year. That means there is a fund available. In that, innovation for environmental friendly products is one of the categories. I would request the MSMEs to look at those unutilized funds data from companies act point of view, and approach the companies to collaborate and use that fund for innovation purposes, so that those companies' fund is also utilized and you also get supported for innovation and experimentation. Next. Yeah, next one is energy efficiency. So as I told you that not only in products but even the technologies that we use, we should be energy efficient. We can utilize the standards like ISO 50001 and the energy labeling standards also, and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Maharashtra Energy Development Authority, all these government agencies are very helpful, very supportive, and we can develop internal capabilities also through energy auditors and energy managers utilizing these. Confederation of Indian Industries has been conducting every year the contest of all the Indian industries on energy conservation innovative measures and in their institute in Hyderabad. And those presentations which are made in those conferences, they are freely available to download from CII website. I would request the industry representatives who are here directly take that help, study those and take those ideas and implement in your companies. You can improve the energy efficiency. Similarly, now environmental product declaration requirements have come, and the waste reduction, recycling, reuse, reduction, these principles are becoming very important. So the companies who want to really get ready for exports, one of the requirements from these corporate sustainability reporting directive, EU taxonomy and ESRS standards of Europe is that we should be taking care of waste in a very environmental friendly manner. So it is not sufficient only to dispose it as per the government legal requirements, but our efforts to reduce, recycle and reuse should be seen and should be reported properly. Next. Another is the supply chain management, and this is where I think since morning people have been harping that how OEMs and the larger companies, and they can develop tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, and where the MSMEs can get supported. So Now, earlier people used to talk about only quality, cost and delivery. Okay. Now people are talking about more of ESG ratings of the suppliers. So even SEBI, Stock Exchange Board of India, also has developed ESG rating mechanism now apart from the BRSR, and these ESG ratings will definitely support to build brand, build reputation and prove to the outside world that why you should be preferred by those external customers. Next. Similarly, I think the one full session was done on innovation, so I don't have to speak more. But product quality improvement, which is a very essential, that is zero defect. We talked about zero effect, but now zero defect is also equally important. Now what has happened is suddenly the markets are up for automotives, and because the volumes are required in a high proportion, naturally the suppliers are also pressed for increased numbers. And when sudden growth is there, people are not able to go in a very systematic way. So there is, people are taking shortcuts. In the way, what will happen is the production may. Okay, so that also we should not have. Yesterday only we had one pharma industry in Hyderabad where, Andhra, where 17 people have died. So these kind of incidents are showing that people are not taking care of process control enough. They are hurrying up the processes and creating serious havocs. So those also we should not be having. Similarly, we should understand the incentives, like the Central Government of India MSME department has got the RAMP scheme, which was discussed in the morning, that raising and accelerating MSME performance. And for that ZED, then other they are coming up with various systems by which the MSMEs will get support not only from finance point of view, but to conduct ESG trainings, ESG audits, lean, which is to waste, all the kinds of waste reduction. So all these mechanisms which are available, we should utilize, and we should also utilize the international treaties where a lot of memorandum of understanding are signed by the ministries whenever they go abroad, or the other countries people come here, and lot of understanding is reached. So we should utilize those international trade agreements to create opportunities for all of us to do more and more exports. So here I would like to pause, and thank you very much for all your patient attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Govinji. Thank you for talking about carbon credit and of course the latest buzzword like ESG, and how it is important for branding and how the MSMEs can utilize the ESG rating, etc., for their own growth. I would like to call upon the next speaker of the day, Mr. Abhishek Lath, who is the Managing Director and CFO of Limerit Exports Limited. Mr. Lath has been driving force behind the success of Limerit Exports Limited since joining its board in August 2004. He is an MBA Finance and have 20 plus years of extensive experience in the field of exports, and he achieved a significant milestone by successfully getting the company listed on Stock Exchange on 2022. His expertise in finance, accounts, international sales and marketing has played a key role in generating business from various parts of the world, including Egypt, China, South Korea, Bangladesh, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Turkey, Portugal and Peru. Mr. Abhishek Lath, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank MEDC for giving me such an opportunity to speak on export opportunities for MSME and share my insights and experience. So, why export? Why should we go for opportunity? What is an advantage for export? The first I would like to highlight on the high turnover. So export gives, so all of us would like to see our numbers in 3-digit. That means we would like to see 100 crores, 200 crores, 500 crores as our turnover. However, for domestic market, dealing in domestic market have its own challenges. For example, most of the MSME who are dealing in a domestic market will have some open credit business. They have to sell their material on the credit to their buyers. In export market, we have secured credit under LC. So most of the time we can scale up our business in a very better way. So because with the help of the bankers, the LCs which we get it from the buyers can be easily discounted from our financial institutions. The next point I would like to highlight on is the diversification of markets. When you are dealing in export, you basically are diversifying your risk. So you are creating new regions, new geographies, because of which you are able to diversify your risk. You are creating new markets, and therefore you are able to scale up your sales in the first point which we have mentioned. So why is it required to diversify your risk? Domestic market have its own challenges. Domestic market sometimes with the government policies, with the government different schemes which the government comes up with. For example, very simple, like a GST. When a GST was launched, many of the trade has been hammered because many businesses have to understand GST in the initial period. For example, as recently MSME payment 45 days payment law has been introduced. Because of this 45 days payment law, many big corporate companies have not issued their POs or not interested in purchases during the February and March month, because of which many MSME have got impacted and their sales have been hammered. Export, if you have an export sales, it gives you and it helps during that time. Of course, better price and profitability. So, export market, because of the many government schemes, low interest cost funding, refund of all the duties, and many other government advantages like schemes like duty drawback, road tap, import duty waiver on the machinery, gives us lot of advantages, and your bottom line improves drastically if you are into export market. So some of the schemes which government is offering, I would like to highlight on. So for example, EPCG, as an MSME, you would like to scale up your business, you would like to scale up your manufacturing. That's only possible if you want to invest more in your plant and machinery. If you want to invest in plant and machinery, and if you are not focused on export, you have to pay duty on import of machinery. You have to pay duty GST on even if you are procuring the machinery from the domestic market. However, if you are purchasing this machinery under EPCG license, that is Export Promotion Capital Goods Scheme, you don't have to pay any import duty. Even your GST will be refunded, and therefore your capital investment reduces drastically. So with EPCG, advanced license is specifically very important for re-exporters who are importing their raw material and exporting their finished product. Road tap, duty drawback, interest subvention which is available for an exporter. All these schemes put together, it makes a very leveraging and very interesting opportunity for exporters. It gives us much better profitability, which is most important for the business. So, export, of course, also provides a better liquidity to our business. So why and how it provides better liquidity? Because the bankers are much interested in financing exporters. Because also export turnover for a banker, if suppose there is a turnover of 100 crores company and there is a company who have 100 crores of export, the banker will always look a export company as a much genuine turnover. So they are much more interested in export funding. They, for both pre-shipment and post-shipment, 3% of interest equalization, interest subvention is available for MSME. Export finance also falls into a priority sector lending, and therefore bankers get interest gets much more, and the liquidity and funding gets better. So of course there are several advantages, several opportunities which are available as an export. But what are the challenges? How do you get into export, and how do you scale up your business? Is export so easy? So there are some challenges, some points which I would like to highlight for developing an export business. First, of course, is a marketing. So where is the buyer? Everyone needs a buyer. Like Anshuman Kumarji has mentioned, go and find out the buyer and they will cover the risk from ECGC. So what I would like to highlight on, how should you get a marketing? How should you do your marketing? So, with my experience, we have two ways of doing marketing, export marketing. One is online mode and second is the offline mode. Online mode today is very important. The first and foremost thing any international customer will look into is your digital infrastructure. Your actual physical infrastructure is the second step, or probably after few orders, which he will probably come to your factory and look into. But your digital infrastructure is your website, your digital brochure, your product listing at the different B2B websites. Those are very important, and you have to keep on updating those on a regular basis. Offline mode involves participation in the trade fairs, visiting customers on a regular basis, opening overseas offices, and doing a stock and sale in different countries. In the online mode, nowadays, there is a very interesting mode which has been added, which is like Amazon and few other such websites where you can register and you can sell it directly to the retailers, to the consumers of those countries. So if you want to sell your product in USA to the consumer, you can now do it with a very little effort of registering yourself on Amazon USA and keeping some stock in USA of your material, so as if the order comes, it can be delivered directly from warehouse to the consumer. Of course, the biggest challenge in the export business is a risk mitigation. So there are basically three risks which are involved. The first, financial risk, operational risk, and currency risk. Financial risk can be mitigated by requesting a customer to provide you with 25 to 30% advance and the balance payment on the LC basis. Of course, that may not be possible all the time, and you have credit insurance in India which is provided from ECGC, which is a very good tool to mitigate your risk. Operational risk, expiring LC, other operational challenges which we need to carefully plan. We need to have a team, proper team, so as this operational risk can be mitigated. Currency risk. Currency risk is an important risk, and actually it can take off your most of the profit if you are not managing it properly. However, I think it is also a very good tool to add your profit. So if you are managing your currency risk properly, it will add on your profit, because most of the time Indian currency is weakening against the dollar. That means if we are selling something in $1, considering that we will get 83.5 rupees, the time we will receive the money, we might get 84.5 rupees. So in short term, of course, this is not true. But if you are managing it properly, in the long run, because Indian currency will always be depreciating because we are an inflationary country. It is very useful. So when I say you have to manage it, means you cannot keep all your exposure open. You have to follow a policy of hedging. You have to cover your 70 to 80% by doing a forwards with your banker, or you can even do it in the exchange. But since you will receive the money, you will receive the dollars, you have to convert it with the banker only. So it's better to do it with your bank. But the balance 20%, 30%, which you are keeping it open, with your understanding of forex market, always have an advantage and you will always gain it. So your profitability can improve with the currency hedging and proper currency mitigation of risk. So in conclusion, I would like to say that export is a big business opportunity. It's a gateway to scaling your enterprise to new heights. With the government benefits and the support, different financial and operational benefits, MSME have a big opportunity to scale up and go to a different level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhishek ji. Thank you for explaining why export is important for MSMEs, and of course points like how money is secured and what is the advantages of doing export, where you can get more funding and capital investment can be reduced, and other points also. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. I believe we have come to the end of it. Thank you for your quite informative talks. I'm sure everybody is benefited from your informative talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the moderator and panelists for a fantastic session, and thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your active participation in today's conference. To bring this enlightening event to a close, please join me in welcoming Shri Ashish Garde, the Maharashtra Economic Development Council, to deliver the concluding speech and share his valuable perspectives and key takeaways from today's discussions. Please give a big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. I'm not here to give any speech at this stage. I would like to thank all the speakers, the sponsors, all the attendees, and especially the friends from various embassies, consul generals, and of course the team of MEDC, who was working on this particular event for last almost 1.5 months. I am sure all the sessions which you have attended and the information that various speakers have shared is useful to you, and look forward to your participation in upcoming events of MEDC. Those who are not members of MEDC, I will urge them to consider becoming member of MEDC so that they can actively participate and contribute in the mission for which MEDC is working. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, speakers, and participants for their valuable contributions. The insights shared today will undoubtedly guide us as we work towards building a stronger, more resilient MSME sector in Maharashtra and across India. Thank you to MEDC's President, immediate past President, all the Vice Presidents, governing board members, all the committee members, MEDC Secretariat for their support and organizing this wonderful event. Thank you all once again for being here, and we look forward to your continued engagement in the future. Have a great evening ahead.
I would like to call all MEDC members for the group photograph. Ashish sir, Neeta madam, Mahesh sir, all staff member, MEDC, VIT, volunteers, come on the stage. Come on, Kartiki, call everyone. Sir. शुभम, अभिषेक, स्टेज पे आ जाओ. कार्तिकी, विद्या, VIT volunteers. Who else? Harshdeep, our anchor. Muskan, where is Muskan? Yeah. कोई भूल गई हूँ मैं? वैभव, all are here? सब आ गए?